right, here we go.
Retirement.
Are we ready?
What? Are we on?
We're on.
Oh my gosh.
Shelby, do the thing.
Ba-da-ba! We didn't go over that.
It's Shleby.
It's Shleby.
It's me.
It is.
All right.
Paint like a ghost hunter, Rancid. What's going on? Rancid? What the hell?
Hello.
How you doing, man?
Hello, hello.
How are you today, Shelby? That's all that really matters.
I'm good. Had a good holiday.
Did you? Good?
Yeah, it was fun. About to...
No, Jabe's not here. Oh,
No.
well, he's in chat. Okay, he's not in the actual room with us. That's what I said, Gabe. When you came in, I said she needs a box to stand on.
Yeah, I'm too short. I need to be like up here, but I'm not doing that the whole time.
That's the right height, though. So.
Yeah. But I'm on my
Nice
tiptoes.
calf workout.
Oh.
She'll have those like massive calves.
Yeah, exactly.
She walked in and she goes, "Why am I so short?"
Just a head.
And yeah.
Kind of fun though.
So yeah, Shelby, I think managed to avoid all of the nonsense today.
I did. I was just checking brushes.
Just in there minding her own business,
Just
doing
doing
her thing.
it. Yeah. Everyone else, I still got a sandwich out of it too.
Yes, you did.
It's good stuff.
Which, by the way, she says you did not inform her that she wasn't getting a sandwich.
No.
She says you
You
walked in and
said you were gonna follow me out and say that. I'm
Well,
like, I'm not part of this.
You jumped up out of my office because you had something that came to your mind you had to do. I didn't even get an opportunity to understand that was what was happening.
I had to order the food as it was. They were like 40 minutes later than when I actually got it.
It's true.
Or when I ordered it, I mean.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I left at like 11:40. Did not get back until when I got back, almost 12:30.
Yeah.
So
That took a while. Like I said, I was getting worried.
And I thought, I just ran in because I was like, oh, it'll be ready. They told me it would be ready. And
It was not ready.
Like, they gave me a time. And I left here at the time that they told me it would be ready. So I got there, I parked, I left everything in the car, and I just went inside. And they're like, oh, just be a few minutes. I'm like, no problem. I sit down. I have no phone, nothing. I'm just sitting there. And I'm like, okay, if I go get my phone, they're going to finish it, and it'll be a waste of time. So I just sat there.
So you kept not doing your
I kept not doing
How many times
anything.
did you think about going and getting the phone?
Oh, like every 3 minutes, probably.
Exactly.
Like, nope. Gonna happen anytime now.
That's why I always do it, because I'm like, the only way that Murphy's Law works is when you realize that, oh, you know what I need to do to get him to get my sandwiches done?
Yeah.
Is go get my phone.
Yeah.
And then I go get my phone and they get the sandwiches done. If you don't go get your phone, the sandwiches never get done.
And then they shorted us 2 sandwiches.
Ugh.
And I went back in, and they're like, oh, yeah, it's these 2. Like, they knew. I'm like, why did you let me walk out?
Yeah.
Or at least you could have followed me, Oh, I was mad. And then they gave us a wrong sandwich,
It's
which
been
was mine.
it's been a bag of Mondays today.
Yes, it has for a Wednesday.
We have been delivered a sack of Richards on this Wednesday.
Yep.
This hump day has been filled with it. But, at the end of the day, it's all good stuff.
Mine hasn't been that bad.
Good.
Yeah.
We had a exceptional piece of equipment show up in the most frustrating way
Non-exceptional
possible.
way. Oh, it was quite exceptional the way it showed up as well.
Yeah, how did it show up? I didn't actually see it.
In a semi.
In a like full size trailer, semi truck trailer, like 53 feet.
Only thing in it.
Only thing in it from Maryland,
Oh my goodness.
all the way. Not even close to full. All the way up at the front. No pallet jack inside.
Wow. So just a great
And
ordeal.
on in multiple pieces, 2 of which were like 12 like double pallets, like 12-foot long pallets.
Oh, one was a double pallet, which is easy. We can handle that.
Oh, okay. And then the other one was
a
like
quadruple pallet.
quadruple.
You can't handle that with just a forklift.
No.
It's not possible.
It was
Yet we did it. Because we
Sure
have
did.
me.
Took about 2 hours for the whole thing from start to finish. And then at the end, the guy's like, you know how much longer this is gonna be? Like, as long as it takes. You've got nowhere else to be. There's nothing else in your truck right now.
He's in a rush, apparently.
He's like, I got a pickup. I was like,
well,
I don't
that's
care.
gonna have to wait.
This takes as long as it takes.
Yep.
Yeah. I feel bad for the truckers because, again, they're just caught between
he
bad
had
salespeople.
Nothing he could do. All he can do is just stand there and watch. So.
Gosh.
Game delay. Awesome. Game delay said thanks for having the stream. I have my own bag of Richards today, so it's nice to see awesome art.
Yay.
Man,
and,
it sucks.
And Game
Sorry
delay,
to
by
hear
the
it.
way, is on a 30 stream streak.
What?
That is dedication
It is.
and commitment. Or maybe he needs to be committed.
Yes.
No USPS trash talking.
No.
USPS has been today, as far as we know. They've already picked up. Yeah, so they've been great.
Are good.
This is a much larger scale. Fuker 40 is noticing that someone got him a gift subscription.
Nice.
Oh, you guys are light today? That's good. That's good to hear. Because I'm sure last week was not.
Yeah. It's the quiet after the storm now. I was in bed
Yeah, Jason. Poor Jason.
asleep, not feeling good this morning.
Good.
Aw.
And half of my brain realized that, oh gosh, I bet that the machine shows up today and that's really gonna suck. You know, I was like, I bet anything my phone rings. And then the dog curled up next to me and started snoring, and you know, and I was like, all right, well, I'm going to sleep. I fell back asleep, and then what happened? The phone rang. And as soon as, you know, the thing is like you at the sandwich place, I was like, I should probably just turn my phone ringer on. And I was like, nah. I was like, I'm not going to do it. Like, maybe I can will this to happen tomorrow. And I forgot that when my phone rings, if my watch is not in sleep mode, my watch rings.
Yeah.
Mm.
So my watch rang. So my
Which is
watch
good.
was not in sleep mode, which was good. It woke me up.
Yeah.
And then Jen had a little less stress because she at least knew that I knew what was going on. And we left that phone call with me assuming that everything was handled. Jen thought everything was handled. I thought everything was handled. Sounded good. We had a plan. Jacob and Ruben were in the right place
they
and the
were
right
all thumbs
mindset
up
to
and
get it all
everything.
done.
Yep.
And then I get another phone call.
And I did not. Well, I was trying so hard not to call you. I'm like, because I could have called you probably 20 minutes earlier than I did. But we were trying to figure it out. No, probably more than that because he was trying to back in
Yeah.
for a long time. And yeah,
Yeah. Not a good situation.
Yeah. it was rough. El Absurdo, first time watching live. Awesome. Usually you're working at this time. Well, hopefully you have a little vacation. And if so, it's awesome that you're spending it with us. I need to make sure we can hear everyone today.
That's probably important. You think he knew what he had in the truck? And he knew that it was going to be a kerfuffle?
No.
Mm.
I guarantee that guy didn't care a lick.
Yeah, no.
Truck drivers typically, if they've been doing it for a long time, which this guy notably hadn't because he wasn't a fantastic driver of truck, they typically will want to make sure that if they have a load with some sort of special handling component to it, which this one had, that they would want to know that, okay, when I get to the other end, are they ready to receive this type of thing? Because for them, it's all about the amount of time it takes to load and unload. So whenever you see, for those of you out in TV land who don't know what we're talking about, we received a large paint production machine today. We've been waiting on it for a while. It's the biggest investment the company's ever made in any single part other than the building our company is in. And so we're excited about it, but we have a lot of pressure on us because, of course, it's the biggest expense we've ever had. It needs to get here okay. We have to set it all up once it's here. And so, there's a lot going on around it. And obviously, since we're a paint manufacturer, it's a big part of our business. And so it was palletized, as you do with equipment. And when they told me an email, yeah, we're building the pallets custom for the machine and yada, yada, yada. I'm like, okay, great, because we receive stuff all the time. And we have a forklift and big bay doors, and we know how this works. But we have never, in the history of the company, and we've learned the hard way because we used to not have a forklift, right? And so we had to have everything delivered on liftgate. So we were very proactive with, hey, we need to make sure this is on a liftgate. And if it was ever delivered without a liftgate, it causes tremendous. We've had that happen before. We've had 50-foot trucks show up and no liftgate.
And we're taking things apart and taking them out
and
by
we
hand.
have to take the pallets apart and take them down off the truck and have like 8 people, fireman, like fire bucket style out of the back of a semi. We unloaded like the first order of bags that way.
I think it was bags. Yep.
And so we've had this problem in the past where it just hasn't worked well. And so we got really smart years ago to make sure that at shipping, we talk about the logistics of what they're shipping to us. Do we have the ability? We don't have a dock. We do have a forklift, but everything's at street level. And so a lot of people will, get their shipping if they do. And since then, we have our own LTL carriers that we use. So we outbound schedule the pickup with a carrier that knows our delivery location, and we don't have problems, right? Like, it just doesn't happen. Like, we say, go pick this stuff up here, bring it back to us. It's not always the same people bringing this. They may never have ever been to Monuments Building, but we know what information to give them so they know what they need, and we don't ever see problems. Today it shows up, it's a problem. They never once asked us about our receiving facility, so I assumed it was all on 4x4 pallets. I was like, everybody asks, because they ship out a lot of heavy equipment, so they got to know. Well, no, they ship out so much heavy equipment, they just assume that anybody buying equipment from them has like a 747 aircraft hangar with cranes and things to pull stuff off trucks. Really? So 2 of the pallets were fine. One of the pallets was a beast. We had to have me and James ride the pallet on the forklift all the way into the building because it was cantilevered out off the forklift tines. It was about an 8-foot pallet. But the weight was loaded at the wrong end of the pallet. So the 8-foot long pallets are generally 4x4, right? This one was double pallet length, so it's 8 feet long, and 8 feet long means you can't rotate it inside the truck. And so when they loaded it on the truck, they loaded all the weight forward towards the cab, which you don't do, right? You think about retrieving it off the truck. You don't think about just shoving it on the truck. So they didn't. So all the weight was at the other end. So we get it off on the forklift. So James and I have to push it on where he gets on the forklift tines, and then we have to stand on the pallet at the forklift end to add extra weight so that it doesn't fall off the forklift tines. So Ruben drags us in the pallet off of the truck, lowers the forklift, and drives it back into the building with James and I riding it the whole way. And Jen's over there like this. Like,
I have my eyes covered. I'm like, I can't watch
my
this.
God.
Jen was literally like thinking everybody was going to die, like something was going to blow up. So we ride it in. Don't call OSHA. That one's fine. Get the other small one out. That one's fine. Go into the last one they loaded, right? And the last one they loaded is 12, 15 feet long.
That's ridiculous.
I think it's like 13 feet long. A pallet that's 13 feet. So it's over 3 pallets in length, which they don't make forklift tines long enough to lift that. You just can't. You would have to have a specialized dockyard forklift that they make for lifting stuff like that, which we don't have. Like, you can't even fit that in our building. So we just stood there staring at it for like a half an hour as I kind of mathematically in my head tried to figure out the best way to, bend physics to get this thing out of this truck. So we finally did. We get it, and I decided I'm going to put the forklift tines in it and pull it enough off of the truck to where it's sitting on the tail of the semi, and on the forks of the forklift, and then I'm going to lower the forklift forks until it cantilevers itself down like a teeter-totter and hits the ground on one end or near the ground. And then we're going to have everybody in the company hold the pallet, the other 13 feet that aren't on the forklift. Everybody's going to sit there and hold it while I make the forklift pull it off of that last 4 inches of the thing. And it worked out really well, but we have a lot of people, right? So there were 8 people on that thing.
Yeah,
I think there were like 8 of the guys holding the thing. So 8 of the team are sitting there holding it as I'm forklifting it off the end, and it's like every that last inch, and it didn't drop. They all had a really good grip on it.
It was surprisingly smooth. I was like,
yeah,
holy cow.
yeah. So.
Yeah, it's been a day.
Yeah. I was checking brushes
during
that time. So.
Nick Pye says, I have a forklift that does 25-foot boats.
Well, where were you today?
Yeah.
That helps us none.
Could have used that.
None.
Oh, Phil, yes.
El Absurdo says, don't they have OSHA in Arizona? Wait a minute.
You missed it, Phil. Big day.
I guarantee if there was an OSHA person here at the time, all we would have had to have done is look at him, tell him how much that machine cost, and he would have turned the other way. He would say, if you think you can get it down without anybody getting hurt, you go for it. And we did. And nobody got hurt. And everything's in the building.
Everyone was great.
We win. The box that's here, what's going on? How do you do these anyway? We're going to show you.
He's going to show you.
You touch them with a paintbrush multiple times.
After putting the paintbrush in paint first. First you touch the paintbrush to the paint, then you touch the paintbrush with the paint to the model.
Shleby is actually painting a very cool model.
Yes, I was just
called
going to say,
Night
Shelby,
Bells.
tell us what you are painting.
This is Night Bells. It's one of the Mindworks models that we sell. I think it's what is it, Brahm? Is it?
Yep.
Yeah. I just like him. I keep seeing him on the box, and I was like, I like that guy.
You have one of the last models of that in existence.
Uh-oh, I just put the store link up. I was going to say, you can get one of these too.
You might check before you tell people.
I have a feeling we still have a few.
Whatever we have in stock is all that's left for sale in the world that we know of.
Yeah.
Mindworks is out of stock. It's a limited edition model, and it's one of the Brahm licensed ones, so it's hard to find.
Yeah, it's super cool. It has a lot of tiny crevices, so it's a little difficult, but
it's very fine detail. Yes.
Yeah. Awesome for my first model.
Yeah.
Yeah. What she's not saying until just then is that this is what she decided would be her. I want to learn to paint.
I just like
I'm just
the way
going
he looks.
for it. See, and that's
cool.
the way you do it. That's exactly how you do it.
You have to pick a model that you're enthralled with.
Exactly.
I say it all the time. Rule of cool.
Yeah.
So the box, it's literally about finding a model that you're excited about, and then your will to learn will get you there.
Yeah.
You know, especially in the age of content where you can go online like you're finding us here and watch people and learn and pick up techniques and get all the basics down pretty quick. I, on the other hand, am painting Immortal Hulk from Marvel Crisis Protocol from the fine folks over at Atomic Mass Games. And we did everything you see here in about an hour and a half on yesterday's stream, so you can catch up by watching the VOD of yesterday's stream over on YouTube. I think Gabe put it up on YouTube today. We might be 1 or 2 shows behind. I don't remember.
Stonewall. Jason is using a prototype brush.
Yes.
It's a sample, not available yet. But it is a synthetic. It's a synthetic brush.
New brush filaments and such as we embark on our U.S. production. We have all the equipment installed. We just got all of the exhaust stuff installed for the lacquer dipping station and all of that stuff as we will begin in the new year making brushes here at our factory. as well as with our partner factory in Germany. But as we do, we're looking at some new brushes that we've been wanting to do. These are actually ones that we're hoping will fit our need for a beginner brush. Although so far, I got to be honest with you, this brush is being a very good brush.
FireArc, it will be more of a starter brush. Critical Falcon, hey Monument Hobbies team, got any recommendations for approaching black armor for my Death Company Marines?
Yeah. The
You probably would like to hear them.
Oh.
Yeah, we have lots.
You want more info? Is that what you're saying? I need to say more than just yes? This is not a simple yes or no answer? Is that what we're saying? Sure do! Thanks for tuning in!
Omicron, really quick, like for beginners, like someone who's new in painting, maybe not sure if they're even interested in it, but would just like to try it out without making a huge investment. Okay.
What was that last one?
Omicron asked, when I had said that the brush you're using is a prototype of what will be maybe like a starter brush.
Yeah.
He asked what I meant by starter brush. And I said for someone who's new to painting.
Yeah. Something you don't have to break the bank to decide if you like painting miniatures.
Because a lot of people think, oh, that looks really fun. And then they invest money and they realize, oh, I don't really like this.
So I am doing the Death Company portion of my Blood Angels, right? Who was it that asked?
Critical Falcon.
Critical Falcon. So I did my, or I'm doing my Blood Angels, right? And I wanted to make sure for my darker armored Death Company that the coloring still had a little bit of familiarity with the red in Blood Angels. So I went in with a shadow of dark plum. So that dark plum shadow gives me a little bit of warmth, a little bit of reddish in the shadows. So basically painted the whole model dark plum first. And then Payne's Gray, which Payne's Gray is my shadow color on my Blood Angels, the normal red guys, right? That kind of dark bluish, blackish color is the shadow on these. So as a color combo, they're basically just reverses of one another. Obviously, I don't go as bright red anywhere on the Death Company, but it's Payne's Gray. And then over the top of the Payne's Gray with highlighting using white blue mixed in with the Payne's Gray to get my highlights, and then transparent black over the top, very thin, right? And the transparent black was sprayed with the airbrush over the top of all of my initial highlights, and then I go back with white blue and do my brightest highlights, or bright neutral gray, whichever you like. I wanted the black to move more to a bluish tone on these, so I tend to do that. But there's a lot of ways of doing black armor. The biggest one that I like, though, is to always be using some form of blue in it. We have a video on YouTube where we show you how I did the Space Marine, but I don't think he's in here. I think the Raven Guard Space Marine is like one of the only ones. Oh no, he's here. So when was it Dark Imperium? I don't remember which box set introduced Primaris, but I took the Primaris Marines and we painted a Marine a week to show how we would use Pro Acryl to build up coloring for the various, Loyalist chapters. And so one that I did was Raven Guard and did the black in a similar way, although on here I just used grays, or dark neutral gray, bright neutral gray, to build up my sketchy where darkness and highlights and midtones go. So he was just a gray mess. And then in the shadows, I used black mixed with transparent black and transparent red mixed together and sprayed those over my gray workup so I get a little bit more warmth. And then transparent blue and transparent black from the top, sprayed down over the top of all my brush painting to even out all of that highlighting and get me a really good black armor that way. And again, using the blue in the black for as you move into the midtones and highlights so that you get a feeling of reflective color. If you just paint it black, with grays and blacks, it can feel a little dull. I do that from time to time when I want it to look, really matte black. So on the shoulders for my Blood Angels, I'm just doing legit coal black, dark neutral gray, and that's it. Right? The neutral gray highlight on the top is as bright as the black gets, and that makes it look like a real matted black, as opposed to how I've done this one that looks a lot shinier, and with the blue gives it a feeling of more reflectivity. On the shoulders for the Terminator here, I didn't do that. So there's a lot of ways that you can go. It just depends on how you like it to look. I prefer on when I'm doing all of the armor for like Death Company or something like that to do the more bluish feel. Right? My Death Company, I'm doing them to where they look a little bit older and beat up, not quite as much shine as I did on this guy's armor.
Somebody likes us.
Right? Hopefully that helps.
Fauna10, thank you for the follow.
Jason, what color should I do next to give it the depth that I want?
Oh, what are we talking about? The shirt?
Yeah.
With the browns?
Mm-hmm.
What did you just do? Black brown?
Yeah.
Again, I like dark umber. Now, one of the ways that I do most of the things that I'm doing when I'm working with browns is because our transparent brown is so amazing, because it's warm, is I'll do black brown, dark umber, light umber, and then I will do brown transparent very thin over the top of all of it. It gives it kind of a yellowy orange warmth to it.
Okay.
Which is really nice for like a leather shirt, something like that.
Gotcha.
Right? So that's typically what I wind up doing for all my browns. It's kind of what has been done on like here. Right? On some of the brown, like on the, not these, I use golden brown on these as a highlight, but on these was like transparent brown over the top of, the dark umber, light umber mix. Same with like the pants, things like that.
So at what points would I put the dark umber?
So you start with, painting towards your highlights. So you'll start with the top of the folds. The dark umber wants to push the black brown is the language I use. Not good language because you're not actually moving the paint, but you want to leave the black brown only in the deepest recesses. And that includes parts where if you look at him, like where his arm is resting against the left side of his body and down on his thigh, where it starts rolling around towards his leg and stuff where you would have a shadow, you want to leave the black brown there. You want to leave it in between the folds in it, but only a little bit. And so it winds up being more dark umber than black brown, but black brown gives it all that shadow.
Okay.
And then with light umber, you then go wherever you put the dark umber and you just fit it inside your dark umber. Like I usually say 50-50, like the high points. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And then when you put the transparent brown over the top of all that, it blends it back together and colors all of it with that unifying color.
Okay.
Is the idea that I go with.
Muzi said Baby J just got shorter and a whole lot more beautiful. I didn't think Pro Acryl was that good. Like, wow.
Shelby, they're telling you you're better looking than Baby J, which is a hell of a compliment. So.
Thanks, guys.
Yards Tony said, Jen, are you saying someone could possibly one day decide they no longer like painting miniatures and get rid of all their stuff? What would happen if they then want a giveaway or something where they got a whole bunch of hobby gear? You would have to ask JP Gray that question. Because I think you just described that situation. Panic Bomb, thank you for that sub.
I always feel so weak when I squeeze the Pro Acryl bottles. Because I just am not used to it.
Yeah.
So I'm struggle to squeeze out a tiny drop.
The nice thing is that by having them be a little stiffer, you don't get a ton of paint.
Yeah.
One of the big things we thought about with regards to our bottles was, a cheaper squeezable bottle, because they are cheaper, helps you waste a lot of paint. And it's funny, in our industry, so many people have used like the squeezable, cheaper bottle for so long, because that's what everybody uses in our industry, that it winds up getting people used to how much paint they get out of a bottle, and they paint with too much.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of the questions that we get asked in customer service revolve around the fact that it's like, well, you're using too much paint. You know? Because one of the things, I mean, if you're like me, it's like I want to use everything I put out on my palette. I don't want to waste paint.
Right.
Even as a paint manufacturer that can get paint for free, I don't want to waste paint.
Yeah.
So yeah, I always prefer to have less paint on the palette, and then I'll put paint on my palette more times during the course of painting.
Mm-hmm.
Critical Falcon, thank you for this sub. Paint Liquor said, so you're going to paint the pants hot pink, right, Fuse?
Yes. I may be lying to you. Critical Falcon, did that help you?
I thought I read this, but maybe not. It said, sweet, thank you for the insights. I'll definitely have to check that video out as well. I know my death company will be a fun project.
Awesome. Yeah, I think the video on YouTube is like from awful or sloppy to great. How to paint black in with a sketchy base. When I do the Raven Guard, and that was really the goal, was to show people that you can paint super quick, kind of like what we're doing here on the Hulk. We're doing totally different colors, but same process, using a very sketchy underpinning of color, and then working back up to the color you want, and getting your blends tuned in as you go towards your brighter highlights and such is the goal. And that Raven Guard is the exact same thing. So when you watch, you'll see what I'm talking about. Because the Hulk, you can see, is fairly sketchy coloring. It looks almost, more not quite impressionist painting style, but we have a lot of blocky colors on him because it'll only be at the next stage of green, which will include bright yellow green on him to bring the highlights in, that I'll really be focused on smoothing everything out. I like a lot of texture in my painting. I feel like that becomes kind of part of my style. There will be models that I do that are blended ultra smooth because, certain models I feel like really want that. But by and large, I'm always trying to figure out how I can incorporate some texture into the model, because typically a lot of our models don't have that. They're very smooth because of the material they're made out of. And there's nothing more frustrating, at least for me, when I was growing up learning to paint, is, you get a model of a dog or a horse or something like that, and it's smooth. A bear,
Mm-hmm.
and the bear is smooth. You're like, why doesn't it have fur? And it's tough to sculpt.
Chuck the Mead Man. Oh.
Hey, this is very weird on this sculpt. This line comes down, and this is quite evidently part of the pants because of the way the fold is, but then it never has an end. It just becomes part of the muscle as well. Well, maybe it does have a little bit of a line. It's very weird.
Critical Falcon wants to know if the shadows were done by layering, or did you do some sort of blending?
On this model, this is just all layering. Super simple. This is all on yesterday's VOD for the stream too, so you can catch it, because I started the stream yesterday with him primed.
Primer only.
Primer black.
Yep.
And then everything that you see here was done in about an hour and a half. I started out with painting him entirely dark blue, so the shadows are dark blue. And then I did, from the top down, yellow ochre. Right, so let me get these colors out, because these are, a lot of people blame me from doing things that make no sense.
And Gabe said that the video is uploading right now.
Okay,
so
great.
It'll be up there soon. You needed to go back and look at this.
So dark blue was my shadow color, and I just airbrushed the whole model dark blue, just to make it easy. But you could brush it too. There's nothing about the airbrush that did anything particularly that you would need. You could do everything that I'm telling you by brush as well.
Game
So
Delay
th-
said the shadows were done by a bucket of dark magenta.
and then
not wrong.
yellow ochre,
Probably.
top down, zenithal highlight style. So it was dark blue on the bottom and then yellow ochre on the top. And then over the top of that, I did pale yellow. Oh, I don't have pale yellow out here anymore, do I? Oh no, I gave it back because
This is
Oh, it was
upside
Phil's.
down,
That's
but-
right. You
Yeah,
borrowed
yeah.
it from Philip.
I had to borrow from Phil. But pale yellow, which you'll never achieve these results because you don't have upside down pale yellow. But he used pale yellow as just spot highlights at like the brightest spots. You can see how the brightness here lends like over to his left, our right. So this peck, this side of this peck, it's kind of like that, right? Same thing here. You can tell the directionality of the shadows. And so the pale yellow gave me the brightness. Then I went over the top of all of that with dark magenta in a wash. So with our glaze wash medium, I mixed up a bucket load that's still wet over here.
Wow.
Yeah, I could still use this.
That's
I would
from
need to add
yesterday.
more medium and water to it because it's evaporated out. It's going to be a lot more opaque now. But I created this wash yesterday that you can see like the wash down in the crevices in the base where I kind of slopped it all on. And I literally just painted the whole model, slopped it with this magenta wash that was really, really translucent so that it let the yellows and the blues still show through, right? I can still tell that I have blue, but you can pick up the pinkishness of the magenta inside the shadows that gives it like the feeling of blood under the skin is what I'm always going for, right? You can see I do that a lot of times. So we just got done painting these gorgers for Warcry, right? And the same thing here, although using, dark purple and magentas and yellows and bright yellow greens and things like that to give very lively skin tones, even when not going for what looks like healthy skin. Like on these guys, I wanted it to be very kind of pale and we live in a cave kind of skin, but it still has blood pumping. And so these look a little more bruised than Hulk does, but it all has the same point, right? To make it look alive. The problem when doing something like the Hulk is that you could get used to doing dark green, mid green, light green, but that tends to look like a suit that you put on, like a flesh suit or a leotard, right? Like a green leotard. If you put on a green leotard, that would be how Hulk was in the comic books. Because it was just kind of dark green, light green.
Yeah. Yep.
It doesn't look like there's any blood in the veins. You don't know what color you'd get if you cut them, right? I like to have that life back in it because what allows you to know when things are alive. And I mean, we can even tell when people are sick and don't feel good by the coloring in their skin.
Mm-hmm.
You get pale, the blood flushes out, right? You just know you're lightheaded or whatever, pasty skin tones and stuff. So skin and its coloration has a dramatic effect on the visualization and how the viewer, looks at it. And so I think the uncanny valley is really found when we look at stuff with green skin that also looks like, oh, if I cut him, he'd bleed red, So that was it. And then over the top, that was my shadows, right? It seems weird, but this was how the entire base was done. And then over the top of that, we've done black, green, and so black, green, and yellow, green are the colors I've done so far. So that's where we're at.
Someone earlier, I think it might have been Nick Pie, but I'm not sure, was disappointed that this is not a Teach Jason to Crochet stream.
That could be arranged.
No, it couldn't.
And speaking of Nick Pie, he just finished his project and said, if you want, I could head out with my fork truck. Might take me a few days to get cross country.
It's already been handled, man, but thank you.
It's already been handled. But if you were going to be able to stop at a Coco's and bring a chocolate pie, that would be fantastic.
Oh, look at Jen.
Because that place closed.
Milking it.
But I feel like there's got to be one between us.
They can't have all closed down, right?
I can't possibly have all closed. Just the one around the corner did. Will Wynn said, love Pro Acryl paint. In general, it is what I use for nearly all my acrylic painting. What I lack is a bright orange red. Sure, I can mix, but when I'm doing a lot of models, I like being able to just grab the pot and go. Something like a mix of pyrrole and orange.
Yep, we got one coming. 2023 was the year of the signature series.
Mm-hmm.
So all of the colors we've released have been colors we've worked on with other artists. If you've been following along with all that, maybe you have some of them. It's been fantastic. But it did kind of put on the heels some of the other colors that we were developing in a red-orange or Is it red orange? I think it's called red orange. Red orange is on the plate, as well as a brighter version of red orange. So yeah, we'll have some neat stuff coming in 2024. The darker red orange should hit in March. The brighter one will be later. But we're doing it. We get that a lot. We get a lot of people that are like, you have every color I need except the complete reds, And I'm like, okay, we got you. We're listening.
Lone Wolf. Hola. That's as much as I know. I think that's a question, but I'm not sure what it is. Chronic Toast, quick question. Anyone know of any clear primer for use with acrylics? How about color shifting clear coat? I'm messing around with a color shifting 3D printed model, trying to figure out how to paint it and keep its neat properties.
I mean, clear primer would just be matte varnish, right? You're not going to get that would basically be a matte varnish. Like a heavy matte varnish is going to do the same thing, but you need to make sure it's matte. Unless you're just trying, I guess I would have to understand, if the 3D printed model is done in, color shifting filament or resin, right? And then you're going to just paint part of it and have other parts of it show through the clear. Is that the point you're trying to do? Because then matte varnish would do it. And then when you're down, the matte varnish might actually make it to where parts of the color shift don't work very well. Because by matting it down and not giving it the light reflectivity, then the color shift won't. You don't want to matte varnish color shift paints, is what I'm trying to say. But you could go back with gloss varnish on the parts you didn't paint at the end to bring back the shine and get the color shift back.
Said, yep, color shifting filament. You're correct. Painting part, but leaving the rest revealed.
Yeah. Then just be careful to look at it and determine if you need to use gloss varnish over the parts you didn't paint at the end. Because the matte varnish will give you the tooth you're looking for. Although, at that point in time, if you're painting over it, if you were just using glazes or something, you could use a regular primer and just prime the parts you wanted to paint by hand. But if you want to spray it to make the priming part easier, then yeah, you'd want to use a matte varnish instead.
Goobertown Hobbies. Hello.
Mr. Brent.
Critical Falcon, I know this is all subjective, but is there a recommended order of paint sets to get to expand my arsenal? Yep, just go in order. Currently have the base set and metallic set and work on mainly Blood Angels and Tyranids. Not sure if that helps, but I really want to start buying more paint sets one at a time. Yeah, I would start with Expansion 1. Expansion
1 is, when I tell people, they're like, hey, I want to get in, or I'm looking to add to my collection, we designed the release of the paints to kind of match with me as an artist, what I wanted to see next. And even though that means that, a lot of those color choices are my personal preferences, I without putting ego into it, I believe they're really, really good choices just in general.
Expansion 1 will have some good dark versions of the colors in your base set, as well as a couple more flesh colors in there.
Yeah, it's got the dark purple I'm working with right now, yellow ochre, which is a go-to, burnt orange, which is a go-to, the neutral grays, which are go-tos. Expansion set 1 is the logical progression that'll give you colors you'll use on dang near every model you do, period.
Yep. Gabe said, Shleby, that's coming out super good. Thanks. I keep looking at the base that he's sitting on. That thing's awesome.
How
did you like the bronzy?
I'm very proud of the base, actually.
The base looks great.
I used a whole lot of noosh.
Did ya?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
Played around with a ton of colors.
So was it metallic, and then you put noosh?
Yeah, I did dark bronze
Okay.
for the base of it, and then I started with green oxide mixed with noosh.
Oh.
And then I think I went to petroleum brown.
Okay.
And then I did some yellow ochre, and then some black brown, and then I did a hint of burnt red.
It looks really good. Every time you turn it and it catches a different, that's awesome.
Speaking of color shift, right?
Yeah.
She's got a really neat.
Without any fancy product, just regular paint.
Yep,
Just
and
a
no
technique.
scale gel, which was good.
Yeah.
Didn't have to deal with that.
Game Delay said the right order is basic set, Ninjon, Vince V, random colors from your FLGS to do the November challenge. Whoosh. That's a good order. Lone Wolf said, Hola, I'm about to paint a knight helmet that I made. I just have metallic spray. What do you recommend for more realistic metal results?
The nice thing is if you have metallic like spray paint, that's a good start, and then you spend most of your time weathering it and darkening it up after you sprayed it on. The problem with metallic paints is that they don't do the job on their own. You have to work with them after, and it just depends on what you're going for on the finished product as to how much work you put into them. I typically paint everything in what we call non-metallic, meaning that I recreate the look of metal by using non-metallic paints. But that's just a personal preference. The work for metallics is finding depending on how big it is. Is it a like a human head size helmet, like a 1-to-1, like you can wear it? If you're using like rattle can metallic paint, then something that works really, really well is what's called Minwax Poly Shades. It's a wood staining product that is a water-based polyurethane for staining woods. And by virtue of being water-based as opposed to solvent-based like other polyurethanes, is it's thinner. It's what army painters started making their washes out of, was the Minwax stuff. And so it's a great product. I don't know where you're at in the world and if you have Minwax, but no matter where you live, I guarantee you've got some form of water-based polyurethane product that you can find that does the same thing. And the idea is you take it, you thin it down, and you put it over the top of your metallic paint. So if you do it with a water-based one, you just thin it with water, put it on top of your metallic paint, and it'll shade it. It'll go into the recesses of the armor. So if it has like, a bead of trim or something like that, let me see if I can't find something here that's done that way. Like I said, I don't paint with a ton of
for that
metallics.
follow. Your name has a lot of X's in it, and I'm not sure how to pronounce it. But in the middle, I see El Pocra. So thank you.
These guys were all done that way. A plate full of Song of Ice and Fire guys. And so all of the metal there was done with our silver metallic, and then a wash of black wash over the top, right? So, and that black wash was just thinned, and it sits in the crevices, like right there along the waist and up underneath all of the bits and pieces on the armor. So it brings the detail back, like the armor plating on the foot. If you just paint it with the silver paint, a lot of times the metallic paints are so reflective that they make the details go away because it brings too much shine and too much light. So you want to find a way to bring darkness back in between, like the little metal plates on his arm there, right? We're working at such small scales that if that gets too bright, you just lose it, and then the model looks flat. So by putting a wash on them, you can set them down and do what we call the 3-foot test, where you take this and you put them on the table like you're playing with them in a game, and you can still see where the armor panels start and stop. You can see details still because you get that contrast. So building that contrast back over the top of your metallic paint is the bulk of the time you spend. And that's done with washes. You can do it by hand and shade it in, but it takes a lot of time.
Game Delay, I think you're right.
And then one other model that unfortunately doesn't have a ton of metal on him, but I use the same kind of thing, is this giant. and I used metallic paints on him, and then used more browns and rust colors, right? So I did the brown and the rust colors first, and then I did the metallic over the top of that and let them shine through. So it looks older and, more dirty. That's a little bit more advanced process and not as easy to do with a spray can. This is done with a brush. So again, not knowing your scale, you can still do this.
He said which I think was after you asked.
For the scale, it's like human size.
Yeah.
So like dry brushing it with a paintbrush is still doable. You would basically, even if all you have is rattle can metallic paint, you can spray the metallic paint out on a newspaper and then get a house brush and dip it in the paint that you sprayed out on the newspaper and then hit the helmet with the house brush, to get the paint on it. But that's a little bit more advanced. You would need to have done that. And if you've got a 3D print of a helmet, you don't want to mess it up. So the spray can is probably your better bet. And then going with washes. And like I said, if you were to use hobby washes, you'd use an absolute crap ton to do a piece that big. So going and getting a black stain, a black water-based wood stain at the hardware store or at the lumber store, and then take that, put it in a cup, and add water to it, probably about, I don't know, I want to say 50% water to stain, and mix it together, and then wipe that with a cloth or with a big brush. They make, for bigger things, I like the sponge brushes that they use for staining wood. Yeah. You get those and you dip it in it and you just kind of slop it on and it will fall down into the recesses and stuff. And then you might have to go back and touch up with the silver if it stains it too much, but.
And Chronictos, thank you.
Purple pants.
Just because I'm curious, I'm going to ask about the scissors. I don't know. Critical Falcon. I don't know. Division Ring said, oh, hey, just the model I was hoping to see. Which one?
Critical Falcon, you ask about the scissors? Which? The ones Jen used to chase me with?
I've never chased you with scissors.
She denies it, but we all know the truth, Chad. Those that have been here a long time know she had a drawer full of scissors. She used to threaten me.
T. Schmidt. Hello. I was looking at the web store, and all of those second wave art inspired minis don't have a scale list. So you were asking about the one that Shleby is painting. Night Bells.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's a lot of cool ones.
Night Bells, Artemis, Solomon, etc.
They are all in that kind of 75 millimeter range. They list sizes.
Oh.
Scale is tough because they're not always in scale. In miniature, we talk about overall height of the model. That doesn't necessarily equate to scale, because Hulk at 75 millimeters would not be the same scale as Iron Man at 75 millimeters. Does that make sense? Because between the two of them, they're different heights. Like if Iron Man was 75 millimeters, Hulk would be 105 something, right? And that's not how they are built. They're built as individual pieces of art, not as collective pieces, if that makes sense. So a lot of like Night Bells and those models aren't meant to like go together with anything. They're just one-off pieces of artwork. So they don't talk about it in terms of scale.
That was Jabe. 11-month sub. One more, and then he's officially a liar.
Oh, wow.
And Critical Falcon said, when you asked about the scissors, not sure, just read that on the site and thought it was funny. So it was about the drawer of scissors. If you look, does it still have the caricature?
Yeah.
Okay, there's a pretty substantially sized pair of scissors in the drawing as well.
We used to. Jen had a big drawer of scissors. She was a teacher.
They've all made their way here. Like all of
company
the
scissors
scissors
now.
that well, not all of them, but a lot of the scissors that are here were from my scissor drawer.
Yeah.
So I used to be a teacher, and I taught middle school. So I didn't have a need really for all of my students to bring their own scissors, but occasionally we would do projects and stuff, where I would have these like toolboxes that I would put out on their tables that had colored pencils and glue and scissors and like rulers, things that they would need if they were doing any kind of like a project or collage or whatever. And I bought all of them with my own money because teachers, we don't get money for stuff like that. So when I left teaching, I purged my classroom of everything that I had purchased myself, because I didn't know when I left teaching if I was going to ever go back. I thought maybe if I can't find a job, I might end up teaching again next year. So I wanted to have those supplies just in case. Plus, I bought them all. So I took everything, including all of the scissors, probably like a dozen pairs of scissors, and kept them. And they lived in a drawer in my office at home for a long time until we brought them here.
So we used to have a joke.
So there was a big joke because Jason didn't know this, and he opened the drawer looking for something. He was like, "Why is it full of scissors?
Why is there a whole drawer of scissors?" And I started fearing for my life.
A much more entertaining aspect of the story, especially because I really also like Dateline. So.
Yeah, it's like her favorite TV shows involve murder, death, kill, and she has a drawer of scissors.
Yeah.
Also, a closet full of candles at
Not
one
anymore.
point in time, which
Not
was
anymore.
the big.
That we haven't had for a long time.
Yeah, that was since we moved in 2017. The closet full of candles went away, but that was always a fun one too.
Huh?
I had a candle stash too.
Yeah.
Witches.
You stock up on like the Bath and Body Works candles or the
when they do the $9 candle days.
The Gold Canyon ones that smell really good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She gets it.
Yeah.
No, you're just a bunch of witches. Witches that cast spells, chant, sacrifice chickens, and have a closet full of candles.
Do dances. Division Ring said, I got to pay attention because you have one Minotaur that's 90 millimeters tall and one that's 35 millimeters tall, or 50 millimeters tall.
Yes.
We do.
Yeah, the gaming scale ones, by gaming scale, they're going to be, if they say that on them, they're going to be more in that 30 millimeter style scale. They're going to work for like fantasy, Age of Sigmar, stuff like that. So definitely be looking at the size. But yeah, in miniature wargaming, typically we don't talk in scale. Our scale is 1/56th if you want to get down to brass tacks in general. But nobody builds to that scale, so it's kind of all over the place. Some are 1/48th, most are 1/56th-ish. If your model is, 28 to 30 millimeters from its feet to its eyeballs, then that's 1/56th-ish scale. So yeah, scale modelers sometimes have a hard time in the world of miniatures because they just want to know. They want to be able to define because they're used to, okay, well, I work in 1/35th. That's a scale I used to work in all the time. So how does this compare? And you're like, well, it's a lot smaller, but you won't know it by looking at it because it'll say 30 millimeter. And nobody knows what that means.
Game Delay said, I still help out in our church library, and a retiring teacher brought in a very large bag of crayons. We're good for kids' classes for years.
Aww.
It's nice to get stuff like that donated. We would get, when I taught elementary school, it was at a very low income school, and we got stuff donated all the time. Like we would walk into the teacher lounge, and there would always be stuff on the table of things that people would donate.
That's great.
Yeah, it was good because we needed it. Candles take up valuable yarn space.
So true.
Yeah.
So true.
Gotta have my
you
priorities
have to
straight.
store them somewhere, right? Because where else you can't have them all out burning at the same time.
No.
Because the smells don't
Ugh.
always match.
No.
Too much.
I actually have all of my yarn in a wooden chest.
Huh?
So they were safe.
Yeah.
From the fire.
Well, unless the wooden chest catches fire.
Yeah.
And then the whole plan is.
I was never
out the
that
window.
careless.
Lumberjack Tim. Hello.
Going on. Shleby, what are you doing?
Yep, I was just about to say, what's going on, Shelby?
Gotta share.
Just in life? Or what? What I'm painting?
I mean, you can go wherever you want to with that.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, right now I'm just doing his clothing. It's proving to be very difficult, but I'm learning a lot.
I'm learning a lot. It's when you get to those details,
Yes.
and you're really trying. You know, I say it sometimes sort of tongue in cheek, but all of painting is just learning how the physics of light works. And people look at me all funny. I'm like, I want to be an artist, not a mathematician. And I'm like, yes, I get that. But if you want to paint anything that has, an appeal to the sense of reality that the brain tunes into, even, fantastical things like the Hulk still need to adhere to what the brain understands in the way light hits stuff. And so we spend a lot of time, even without thinking about it, being physicists, and wave mechanics engineers, because you have to think in terms of how light would hit a model, and how reflective that particular thing the light is hitting is. So how bright does it get when light bounces off of it?
Right. Which is tough.
Well, yeah, because we don't think in those terms. Our brain just recognizes it. And, it's one of the fun things as a teacher of painting and someone who's been involved in this industry for so long is that I love seeing people as the light bulb goes on, so to speak. And, like, T. Schmidt is one of the ones. T. Schmidt, you in here? I know he was here a minute ago.
He was here.
Right. So T. Schmidt, when he was early on and coming into the stream and everything, one of the things that I remember him saying is like, oh my God, I look at the outside world totally different now. And we've heard a lot of our viewers say that over the years, because they'll start looking at the way a car reflects light. It's not just, hey, look at that Corvette. It's more like, ooh, look at the way that black Corvette is reflecting this weird sun and this overcast, and it looks different. Your brain starts tuning itself without ever being told to starting to look at how light plays in the environment around you. And you'll start soaking that knowledge in kind of subconsciously the more you paint and the more you want to find the right way to make your model look believable.
Yeah.
Right? Because you can just paint the high spots of everything brighter and the low spots darker, but you wind up looking like a pinstripe suit, because that's not how light works. Light comes from a particular direction. So only this side of you is going to be bright, and the other stuff, high spot or low, is going to be darker on the other side. And so you've got to start figuring out how to relate that to your light source. And even when we do as miniature painters, I teach people to either pick, 10 or 2. And here I've picked 2, right? So my light's coming from 2 o'clock versus 10 o'clock. But if you just pick 10 or 2, you'll get 99.9% of your painting career done, and it'll look great. And it shows you that your shadows fall towards the opposite side of where your light is. So my light is up here off of his left elbow, right? And so everything gets darker when we look at him this way. He looks like he has almost no highlights. When we look at him this way, he looks like he has almost no shadows.
Mm-hmm.
And then in between is where you find all the interest, right?
Yeah.
So on night bells, you got to figure out, where's your light coming from? How bright is your light? Because is he at night in the moonlight? That's less light than the sun. I'm painting the Hulk in the sun, so you're going to have more warmth. Is he going to be in the moonlight? Because then your highlights are going to be more cool, and you don't want all that warmth and things like that. So.
Yeah, and I don't quite know how to incorporate it into his shirt at the moment, but figure it out eventually. I think I want the light to be coming from behind him, because that seems like the easiest thing, because then I can just highlight the cape a lot, and then the back of his head, and I don't have to worry as much.
The problem is if you're looking at the model from the front and the light's in the back, one of the hardest things to do is to convey all those details in the front if you're trying to throw them into shadow.
That's true.
Right? So if a lot of times when you're just beginning, pick a light that's more, think of it as just coming from above in general, from above. And because he's kind of hunched over, that's going to create a lot of shadow along his chest because of the way he's bent over. It's going to create shadows bottom of his nose, bottom of his cheeks, under his chin. Standard things that our eye relates to very well, and it can keep your brain in touch with as you're painting the model making sure that you keep it cohesive that way.
But his knees that kind of protrude out
Yeah.
would
Be
have
brighter.
highlights.
Yeah, be brighter because his upper body doesn't shadow those anymore.
And like that
Yeah.
front arm that's pointed down.
And that'll
Yeah.
give you visual interest. Because one of the other things is like you may have a really cool idea in your head for how this model should be lit, but if when you apply it to the model, you lose 90% of the detail because the sculptor put all the detail away from where you have your light source,
Right.
then all of a sudden you've kind of, I can't say you've missed the point. You may still achieve your goal, but you have to work harder to make it visually interesting. Because as miniature painters, we're sharing the job with the sculptor. The sculptor
Right.
gave us 50% of the story. We're putting the other 50% on via color. And so you got to realize that half of what is interesting to look at is the thing we didn't do, right? And so if you're taking a lot of that out by putting it into darkness, then how do you still make the model look overall very interesting?
Right.
And there's very good ways to do it. It
Yeah.
winds up being the hardest thing you'll ever do is to paint less on the model. I always say
Yeah.
that, right? If you're trying to do a composition that has less light involved in it, means you're going to have less color on the model that's vibrant, and that becomes the hardest thing to do, to pull off. Because
Yeah.
to make a model look like it's in darkness is tough because when are you looking at it?
When it's in the light.
When it's always in the
Yeah.
light. So your brain has to be able to separate that. It becomes the hardest thing in the world to do.
Yeah. Well, and the thing that I'm like noticing is I can't do the same technique well, not technique, but I have to use different colors for different parts of even his shirt because what's in the middle where he's hunched over is going to be darker than right here.
Yeah.
So
Look at something. So here is, she has a light source.
And Slavic, it's Mindwork Miniatures Night Bells, which is the link that Division Ring put in there. That's
Right.
linked directly to it.
So if you see her, my goal with her was to create a sense of darkness by punctuating the light that she has with the torch and dropping everything else into almost immediate shadow. And from this side, giving it kind of a ghoulish glow, right? Away from the light. And then as you rotate her around, her light comes into play and you get more detail. But you can notice that on the pants, same thing you're doing. I went with like black brown into, dark umber, light umber, and then it's the yellow glow of the light that I glazed back over that gives it some warmth. But you just like this leg is almost not painted with anything other than black brown and a little bit of dark umber just on the top of the folds because I know it doesn't have a whole lot of light hitting it. So I don't go to my brighter colors at all.
Gotcha.
Right? On this one, I went to light umber because I knew that it needed to be brighter. And then I layered the yellow over the top of the light umber because it inherits the brightness of the light umber too. And so that keeps me going. But that's the same way I would do everything here. Like this was done with maybe dark purple into burgundy, but there's very little burgundy over on this side. It's mostly just dark purple, right? Because why? The light doesn't hit it so those other colors wouldn't be seen.
Right.
So pick your mid-tone or your shadow color and just leave it there and don't even do the work, right? And then just move your colors into brighter until by the shoulder I'm getting to like a lighter burgundy or almost a red, right? But that red only exists right there and then it's not even on the rest of it.
Yeah.
Because you're trying to recreate that stark fall off from brightness to darkness. So again, like I said, using less paint becomes the hardest thing because it focuses your placement of the paint you do use has to be so perfect to get the idea across, right? But it also makes it to where once you get it, you get really cool results out of it, like just the little bitty highlights down here on the shine of the metal and then not a whole lot of other work done down there at all.
Couldn't you take like a light, like set the model down, shine a light where you want the light to be, take a picture of it, and then
Yes.
that would help you with
Yep. Yep, do that a lot. We've taught people for years to be able to just turn the light off in your room, use the flash on your phone, and take a picture of it that way,
that
and
too.
then save that picture, and then refer to that picture because it's going to have that stark lighting where it needs. It's going to drop a bunch of stuff into more shadow than you probably want, but it gives you a really good starting point.
Right.
Ghost Hunter said, I can't look at anything like a normal person again. It's all edge highlights and shadows now.
You got it.
And Paint Liquor said, I just see a lack of hot pink in the world.
That's exactly what Paint Liquor would say. That's exactly what a Paint Liquor would say.
I was telling Jason earlier today that I was thinking about just painting Night Bells a bunch of bright, crazy colors because it would just be funny. And then I thought better of it because he's a really cool model. But I did briefly think about giving him hot pink hair.
That whole
Gulag.
conversation came about, chat, because I was warning her about you guys.
Well, Chad's gonna try and give
I
you
said,
some
Chad's
very
gonna
bad
try.
advice.
Yep, they're gonna try
Yeah.
to get you to paint hot pink and plaid. So just be aware.
And I said I might listen. But no longer. I'm committed, so.
Yeah, those ideas always sound fun. Like I said, until you
Let
realize
the
you paid
intrusive
for that
thoughts
model.
win. The Church of Plaid is here. Pierre, thank you for the follow. No model is complete without a little eclectic salmon.
Oh my goodness.
It's to be mahogany, jade.
Well, jade is the answer. Jade, when we do the stickers the next time, just need to say the answer.
The answer.
Right? Because jade is one of those colors that it's like if you're ever stuck in a position where you're like, I don't know what color to use, it's always
Jade.
jade. Jade works with every base.
Hey,
It's such a
somebody
great
likes us.
color. Yeah. Jade is always the answer. Mahogany had its time, but when we stopped drinking,
Yeah.
mahogany lost its place
Did someone
in the
say
world.
Jabe? He said Jade.
Mm,
Jabe is definitely not the answer.
we're not talking about you. It's different.
Game Delay said, I learned today that modern Argyle isn't a true tartan because tartan weave always has solid colors next to blended colors, never solid by solid. I'm ridiculously excited about this information. Jade, Gabe said, I go good with everything. Sorry, someone said plaid and I have ADHD. That's what led us to the Argyle conversation.
I recently bought a Switch for myself for Christmas.
Fun.
I know.
Didn't your mom get one too?
So did your mom.
She did. She
Yeah?
did get one.
I
And
love
then
that.
and then we went to a family gathering on Saturday, and Gabe was the devil on my shoulder.
Uh-oh.
Like, you should just get one. Just get one. Because I was thinking about it. And then he talked me into it.
Oh, you didn't have one before Christmas.
I didn't have one before Christmas.
Oh
Well,
my gosh.
I didn't have one, and then I decided to get one, so I got one on Saturday.
That's awesome.
But I've been having a lot of fun. We've had a Switch. Like, my dad has had one for years, but this is my own, and it's very nice.
What is it? I don't know what it is even.
The Nintendo Switch, the main thing with it that was, like, really crazy and awesome is that you can make it portable, and then you can also put it back onto the docking station that then puts it onto the TV.
The TV.
And
Okay.
without, like, having to turn it off or do anything like that.
Gotcha.
So it's very nice, but there's just a lot of fun games on it, and
So do you play, like, when you, because I know that, like, on a Nintendo, when you're playing on the TV, you play games with people. Can you do that on the Switch, like, if you take it off of the TV, or is it just something that you do by yourself?
yeah, you can still play with other people. If they have their Switch as well, then you can play, like, online or local, and you can play on the same game together if it's multiplayer supported.
Gotcha.
But you can also connect other Switch controllers to the main TV and play a multiplayer game together.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I know nothing about video games. I did have a Game Boy at one time.
There you go.
Which was like 30 years ago, probably. JP Gray said play Pokemon.
I actually haven't really been into any of the new Pokemon games. I played Pokemon when I was younger, again on the Game Boy and DS, but that's about it. The only reason I know so much about video games is because of my brothers.
Okay.
Blame Gabe.
JP Gray, I think this is directed to you, Shelby.
Huh?
I'll send you a free promo code for an exclusive Pokemon.
Oh my
But
goodness.
he tagged you as girl I don't know. That's Shelby, JP Gray.
Yes.
Shelby works here. Shelby is Jabe's sister.
Hmm?
Shelby is going to be one of our brush producers.
Yes.
Yeah. So now you know her.
Yeah.
Division Ring has a question about the red on Hulk's skin.
Uh-huh.
Is that supposed to be the final effect, or is it just waiting for a revisit glaze?
It's part of the final effect. I'm not going to spend too much time in the shadows where the magenta sits in kind of that mid-tone area with the muscles. Right? So no, I mean, it'll get overwritten in some of the high spots as I add more highlight up around the top and such. But like here is pretty close. I'll come in and probably do a little bit more glazing on this to even out the black green that's on there.
Mo. Hello. JP Gray said, Shelby, hi. Lucky you get to work there.
I am lucky.
Treebeard Prince said Shelby is painting a cool model. That is Night Bells.
He is very cool.
This is her first model.
Her first,
I
that's her
just
first
want to
one
reiterate
ever.
Dapper young
how
lad.
insane Shelby
This
is.
is what she picked for her first.
Are you surprised though?
Well, I
I'm
have to
not.
admit, when you came up and you were all excited, I got a model I want to paint. I was like, oh my God. I was like, what is it? And she was like, Night Bells. And I was like, holy hell. Okay,
But you know what?
I got you.
I feel like I'm doing all right.
Shelby, you're knocking
You're
it
doing
out
a
of the
great
park.
job.
You know, and I keep saying to people, and we use this as a basis for that yet again, is that it's rule of cool. It's pick something you are excited about.
Yeah.
You will always do better, in my opinion, at something, no matter what it is, if you're excited about it.
Yeah.
Right? You're excited about skydiving. You're going to have a lot more fun than if somebody forces you to go skydiving.
Exactly.
Ghost Hunter said, I keep getting left-handed brushes in my orders. Do I blame Shleby or someone else?
Yes.
Oh. What?
Mo said, you know, if you guys got rid of Jason and got a third hot lady, I'd come here every day. Well,
Hey, whoa,
Maybe
whoa, whoa,
someday.
whoa, whoa. They don't get much hotter than me, buddy.
have you seen him with his blonde wig on? Come on.
I don't think they have. Have they?
Yeah, I did a Halloween commercial.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
That's where the blonde wig came from.
commercial, and then
Gotcha.
his picture in Discord, I think, is that. I know Telemachus's picture in Discord is you. Have you seen that?
No.
Telemachus's Discord picture is you in the wig.
What?
Yes.
My Discord picture is me with the wig.
Yeah, no, it's a different version of it.
How did he get a different version of it? Is it from the Halloween commercial?
No, here, I'll come show you. Let me find it real quick.
Did Gabe post a picture from the?
Yeah, I think
the
it was one of
shoot?
the teasers.
Yeah, he probably did.
But I'll show you. Just relax.
There have been teasers?
Huh.
Just like photos. Remember when we did all of
There we
the
go.
commercial shoots?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, Gabe posted a couple of pictures that were teasers from that day.
Oh, I didn't know those went out to the public.
Mm-hmm. I think you might have posted one of them.
I
Actually.
might have done it.
I think it's one that you posted. It's when you're in front of the green.
Oh, that's hilarious. That's so good. Yeah, you guys aren't ready. That's from the new bag commercial.
Oh, Gabe said false. Jason posted them. So
I think I did,
Yeah,
yeah.
it completely was you, and you totally forgot.
I totally forgot. Well, I knew I posted that one, but she said it was different from mine, but that's the same one.
No, it's not.
It's just mine is black and white.
No, it's a different angle.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
Oh, that's right. I have the head-on one, right?
Yeah.
I can't remember. I'm old.
A couple months ago.
Yeah, yours is the black and white one where you're holding a bag up and you're like,
Doing the...
and yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. And Telemachus, I think, is the one where maybe you're licking the bag.
I was what?
Licking the bag?
Yeah, I was looking at the bag. That's going to be hilarious. Well, it's either going to be hilarious or people are going to be like, WTF, I'm never supporting Monument Day.
Or both, you know?
Back to the red on Hulk. Division Ring said that makes sense. There's a couple of spots where it stands out, and I wasn't sure if it was maybe some sort of MCU Scarlet Witch mind control reference.
Sure.
Yeah, totally meant that. Yeah.
Totally meant that. No, it really is just, the blood under the skin. It's give Hulk some life out of green skin, right? Whenever you're doing alien colored skins, it's easy to get lost in the fact that they stop looking like they're alive. They start looking like their costumes, blue Tau skin, green skin for anything, orcs. Right? It's just better to have something that makes them feel like they're alive. A good example. Orc that I painted back in 2000 and, I don't know, 2005 maybe.
Uh-oh.
Right? Versus an orc, that was painted more recently and has, the orange and the reds on the cheek there, right? It's not that this looks bad, but it's just green. It doesn't have any life to it. Whereas you can get, more coloration that makes an orc look alive by using purples and reds and oranges, yellows.
You did that picture. The picture of that Telemachus used as his picture is one that you took from Gabe's camera. So like you took the picture of Gabe's camera, the viewfinder or the view.
Yeah.
Seems good. It's still Gabe's fault. He let me take the picture. Gabe didn't stop me, as he should have, from releasing top secret information. So Gabe's fault.
What the heck? Jordan's not here, Gabe. So
Someone's gotta
take it. Apparently it's you today.
Yeah. Are you guys excited for the new year?
Not even on stream.
Jason, are you excited for the new year?
Hmm?
Are you excited for the new year?
Am I excited for the new year?
Yeah.
Hell no. I mean, yes.
Yeah.
We got a lot of fun stuff going on.
I was just going to say, we got a lot of fun stuff
True.
coming out next year. So, yes.
Jacob was going around asking everybody.
If they were excited for the new year?
Yeah.
Was he asking if people are excited for
Just
like
in general.
the year in general or New Year's Eve?
No, just general New Year.
He's 21 now, so.
Yes. Yeah, I'm turning 21 in like 2 months.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Look at you all coming of age.
I know.
You're the only underage person here.
Yeah. No, it's kind of weird to think about.
Critical Falcon wants to know what's your go-to thing to listen to while painting.
Books.
Jason, when he's painting by himself, he listens to books.
Mm.
Sure.
Yeah, it's where I do all my best book listening.
But otherwise, he's painting here, and we don't listen to anything except each other.
Yeah. Chat.
We can't technically hear them.
Oh, I can.
We turned off their ability to make noises.
Oh, I can.
I don't paint a whole lot, but I listen to a lot of podcasts when I do. When I check brushes.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's a good time to be listening to podcasts and
Yeah.
stuff. What are your podcasts that you listen to?
I listen to a murder podcast.
Of course you do.
It's called Small Town Murder.
Oh, I think we've talked about this before.
Of course
It's
you
so
do.
good.
Yeah.
They're so funny, which is what I like about it. Because I don't like the ones where it's just like super monotone.
Like, my favorite murder used to be a little bit more lighthearted. I haven't listened to them in a long time, but they used to be really lighthearted and fun, and then they kind of they would start to use like the first hour of their podcast for like heavy topics and like political things, and I would end up fast forwarding through all of that to get to the good stuff.
Yeah, the stuff you actually want to listen to.
Yeah.
Yep.
Critical Falcon wants to know if Audible is worth it. Said I've been tempted to get a subscription. I mean, Jason loves it.
Yeah, I use the hell out of it. If you are into audiobooks, then I find that you can't go wrong with it. The only thing that it creates that's a little bit of a hassle, of course, is that it's $16 a month or whatever and you get 1 credit. And so you're constantly judging your books by what's worth the $16. So I never use my credit on anything less than, 10 hours of listening kind of a thing, which isn't really a problem when you think about it. You draw your line in the sand, you say whatever, but it's easy to get caught up in the fact that, oh, this new book that I've been wanting to hear is out, and you realize after you spent your credit on it that it's 5 hours long, and it feels bad. So I've just gotten into that mode where I pay very close attention to where and how I'm spending my my credits.
Spotify has audiobooks now if you have a premium subscription. I don't know how it works because I don't really listen to audiobooks. But that could be something to check into as well.
Yeah, I do think Audible is worth it. I don't use Audible, but it would be worth it for the books that are more expensive than $15. I think, do they have the Lord of the Rings books?
Oh, yeah. No, you can get pretty much anything.
Yeah.
There are some older books that you're going to have a hard time with, that just haven't ever been committed to audio, or that when they were done with audio, it was a long time ago when audiobooks were first done, and Amazon doesn't have the rights to them. So, there's times where I find that particular books that I want to listen to aren't done in that. They never got committed to audio, things like that. But by and large, you can find pretty much anything you want.
Yeah. So I can see how that would be worth it.
Yeah.
Lone Wolf has another question. Said, I'm new to all these. When you paint a 2D drawing, it's going away. Hold on a second. When you paint a 2D drawing, the light is placed depending on where we put the light source.
Yep.
But when you paint a sculpture, how does it work?
Same thing.
There's also an imaginary light source, and you start from there, or do you let the light of real life do the work, or a little of both?
You want to figure out your light source and work from there, same way you would with a 2D. It's just that a lot of your volumes are already created for you because of the shape of a 3-dimensional object, right? So it's going to cast shadows, it's going to reflect light in its own way. So you just have to be a little bit, not a little bit, you have to be a lot cognizant of how that affects what's going on. Like right now, the way I'm painting Hulk is from a lighting angle that is not indicative of the bulk of the light in the room I'm in. Right? Now, here at my paint desk, we strive to make sure that our shadows are pretty similar. So right now you can't tell because the camera's off to my left. But the shadow you see here on the left side of my hand is exactly the same on the right side of my hand. So I have equal lighting coming down. So like when I put a model down, you don't see any type of hard shadow extending out from this base in any one direction more so than another. So good lighting on your table kind of erases the light in the room, if that makes sense, because you don't get hard shadows on the model. So that's a principal component, whereas when painting a canvas, you just want to make sure the canvas is lit. It doesn't cast any shadow except behind the canvas where you're not painting. With this, you can get caught up in the fact that where I hold, if my light is only on one side, like I'm left-handed, so if I only had a light on the left to light the model from here, I'm going to have a lot of strong shadows on the right, and that's going to be harder to get correct if I want the light to be coming from the left. Does that make sense? So I know a lot of people whose models are all lit from the same direction, and when I ask them where their light is in their room, I can almost guess what they're going to tell me based on how all their models are painted. I can say the strength of light in the area that you paint is on your left or on your right, because all of your models are lit from the right, regardless of the component of the model itself. Like Hulk is kind of coming straight at you, so he could be lit anywhere you want. But let's take, let's look at a particular model that's a little bit different. Like this guy, right? This guy, if you look front on from the body, he's lurching off to his right. So you might want to make sure the light is coming from the left, because when you're holding this model where the feet are pointed, which is kind of how it would sit on the table, he's still leaning to his, or to our right, his left. And so I want the light coming from here, but if the light in my room comes from here, it's going to be really hard to paint against that lighting. So, you have to take all of that into account. But I mean, you can, like I've shown you, you can do your own light without taking the room light into account at all. This light is the torch in her hand, is the only thing that's lighting this. Not technically, because I gave it kind of this swimming pool glow on the other side too, right? As a counterbalance in color. But you can add your own light source in as dramatically as you want on a model. You just have to have good lighting in your room so that you're not fighting the model's reflection and shadows as you're painting your own. And that goes for everything. You know, no matter how you're painting or what colors, you know, create a light source. Where do you want it to come from? And then paint shadows where you need them. Sometimes I do it very dramatically, like on those. And then sometimes there's not as much drama, you know, because it's a model for tabletop. It still has good shadows on one direction and more brightness from another direction, but I don't do as dramatic of a lighting setup on everything. Sometimes you just want to paint.
We had some models that I didn't know about that Jacob unboxed a couple of days ago.
Oh, there's a ton of good ones.
Yeah, we got
Yeah,
some new
I'm probably
ones.
gonna get another one that's gonna be just as hard, if not harder. So that's where I'm headed.
Yeah, you're in the wrong place for learning the easy way
Yeah.
if you're choosing Mindworks
But
models.
it's a good direction to be headed in.
It is. There are worse directions. Oh.
I don't know. I think drugs are cheaper.
Depends.
Yeah, depends on what drug.
I think drugs are cheaper.
Rehab is probably not though, so still on the right
Rehab's for quitters.
Yes.
was
Literally is.
That was literally
Yeah,
the
give us
fun
an
of that whole
outlet.
bumper sticker. I remember seeing that on a bumper sticker once or someplace, right? Rehab's for quitters. I was like, wow, very profound.
Critical Falcon likes your Dante. He's also on my next to-do list, but I'm nervous to do gold armor. Can I see that again?
Yeah, we did, you know, because I paint primarily in non-metallic metal, models like that are always a little bit of a struggle to really get excited about. But Dante's a great model. I had a mind of a conversion using, I never remember, I want to call her your brain, but that's not correct. Starts with a Y. The Age of Sigmar girl. I also have her. Right. So I use the wings from this model on him. I was always confused why Dante didn't have wings.
Indrasta.
Indrasta, yeah, the celestial spear or some crap. But yeah, Dante was a lot of fun. I still need to do the base and add a little bit more color to the non-metallic gold armor, but Tim, how did I know that name? I hate. Says I hate Warhammer. We painted him up pretty quick, believe it or not. I think we did the wings over 1 or 2 streams, maybe. A lot of cool coloring going on in the wings. Again, magentas, jades, yellows to give some color to white. White is another one of those colors that, like black, can get really drab and dreary if you just try to paint it with grays and whites. But you can pull off a neat white and still have some color. It gives it kind of that color shift nature to it without using color shift paints. You can still control your shadows very nicely. Yeah, he fits in. He fits in good with the Blood Angels that I'll never get finished. I have grand aspirations and no time.
Yeah, that's how I feel about all my hobbies.
Yeah, that's.
You appreciate the 3 square millimeter contact point of foot to rock. Yeah, it's like literally, you know, like the tiniest spot where his boot hits. But GW uses good plastic, so it's not even anything I worry about. He doesn't even bounce around. It's the models that are only contact point is a ribbon, right? Like the.
Oh yeah, oh.
We had one that was like boing 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 on our. What was it?
I had it written down for the longest time. the dead one, right? The one that had all the scrolls that
this
was like
guy.
floating. Yeah,
This
yeah.
guy.
This one.
Yeah.
That one.
Cherubael.
Cherubael, that's him.
But Cherubael has a lot of contact points, so he's not flimsy.
Oh,
but they
okay.
make models that have like one or two of these that are like, you know, boing, you know, and they just kind of like a spring. But yeah, Cherubael just suspended on lots of points. He has like a tripod effect going on, even though this one's not connected to the base. The other 4 or 5 are, right? 4? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, the other 4 are. So it acts like a tripod. So he's pretty sturdy on here.
I see that you've written the waffle recipe from the joy of cooking on those scrolls.
Yes! That was the whole point.
Are they all 3D prints?
None of the ones that I've been showing. Well, this one is a 3D print of a model that I designed. We have a line of models that we did during one of our promotions where we took a bunch of sculpts that I had created and printed them out. So these are all 3D prints. But the rest of these models are all purchasable. Games Workshop for all the Warhammer stuff. Mindworks, what Shleby is doing is a resin cast. And this guy's plastic.
I think the new one that I want has a bunch of little ribbony parts, so that'll be fun.
Which one is it?
It's something with an A.
Oh, that helps. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know their names.
What are the
so
new
I don't know
ones?
why I asked.
Yeah, one of the
I
new
don't know.
ones.
I'd have to see the
It's
picture.
another Mindworks one. Yeah.
Shleby has better
She does
fingernails
have
than
nice
Baby
fingernails. I've been looking at him like, oh, I like that polish.
J. Confirmed. Is that like sparkly?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sparkly white for Christmas.
Like winter nails.
Yeah. I have to take them off, but it's okay.
I have not.
Choose your words carefully.
Yeah. I probably shouldn't say anything. This is where I'll stop.
I do them myself, if that helps.
No. I'm just saying, like, Jen will paint her fingernails and stuff, and I've always been curious because, like, I don't know what life you have to live for painted fingernails to have the effect you were going for, because it seems like they go away very quickly.
Oh.
It
It depends.
Yeah. These have lasted me for 2 or 3 weeks.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
The like if you go and have them professionally done, like if you have acrylic nails or you go get your nails done, they'll last a lot longer than like what I do. I just
doing it at home.
paint it myself.
Yeah, I don't do regular nail polish anymore because I hate when my nails get chipped. It drives me crazy. And regular nail polish just chips like a day after.
Especially
you do it.
with what you do now with you're constantly putting your hands in buckets of
Exactly.
paint and or bins of paint bottles. She doesn't put her hands in the buckets of paint.
Just stir it up with my arm.
That's how we mix our paint, as Shleby sticks her arm in and just stirs.
Yep.
It's very strong. We need to paint like her nails. Metallic medium with a little glitter.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Game Delay said there's a big painting contest I want to enter for January, so I need the January challenge to miraculously work for that contest.
Great. Done. Too bad Jordan's not here to hear this. He does all that.
El Absurdo, the statue Shleby is painting reminds me of a Daredevil comic book cover.
Yeah, it is kind of that same Daredevil, Batman, Spider-Man leaning out over the city feel, right?
Yeah.
Batman on a gargoyle. Daredevil.
Yeah, the only difference is that this is
There's a neat meme
emo
about
boy.
the brooding over the city spot, and it's like Batman hanging out, and then Spider-Man and Daredevil are looking at their watches, waiting for him to be done. He's like just brooding on a thing over there.
That's funny.
Division Ring said it's like a Wonka golden ticket. Find one of Shelby's nails in your bottle of Pro Acryl and win a visit to the studio.
Oh, that's funny.
No, again, I want to reassure you that we do not allow Shelby to stick her hands in the buckets of paint.
Nope.
She does, though, help with fulfillment, and all the paints, the bottled paint is in big bins, and she is constantly reaching into those and probably.
But you will still not find one of my nails. Because these are sturdy.
Yeah, but that is also why I don't do my nails anymore, because I did so much in fulfillment that It would last like 2 days.
Yeah.
You also won't get wood chips in your paint.
Oh, where would that come from?
Yeah.
Those who know.
Oh, okay.
Inside joke that I am not a part of.
Just need the December challenge to go another week or 2 to finish mine. I think it goes a little longer because Jordan's not here, right? Maybe an extra day.
What's that?
The December challenge.
Yeah, we normally do it anywhere in the first 3 to 5 days of the following month, so it'll be the same.
Should it be worrying that the women obsessed with murder podcasts are trying to give themselves claws?
No.
You're fine.
I
Totally
just
fine.
have a healthy fear of being murdered. I don't think that's bad.
JP, I was thinking about that at the beginning of stream, and I am going to get that sent out to you tomorrow.
He lies.
I promise. She's in a full wetsuit, swim cap, and gloves, just swimming in the paint vats to mix it. Completely sealed in her protective bubble from the paint.
Now that would be fun. If I'm in a protective bubble,
Yeah.
I can get behind that.
I'm using bright yellow green right now. Bright yellow green is a very translucent color, so as you can see, right, without even turning it into a glaze, it does a very good job of that. So I'm able to use it to just kind of brighten up the yellow green that we've already got on him.
Jason, what's your favorite model that you've painted this year?
Well, my favorite model that I painted of all time is the same answer.
Okay.
So it's a good year to ask me that.
Awesome.
Can Chad answer for me? I know Jen can.
Oh, yeah, I know. Oh, yes. Treebeard. It does still end on the 31st. I was thinking it was extended because...
Tony says it's that bird guy.
Oh, Percival?
Percival.
Yeah, he's
Percival Chevalier the Fifth, first of his name,
Yeah.
and his pile of bodies. I have to say the pile of bodies was a lot of fun, or is being a lot of fun. I'm not done with either one of them yet, but Percival and his pile of bodies.
It's that bird guy.
It's that bird guy.
I do really like him.
This is going to be a neat diorama. I'm kind of caught up in finishing, or lack of ability to finish, because I need to figure out where the whole diorama is going to go. I want it to be inside a pub, but I don't have a good sense visually of how to do it, because it needs to be like a corner, and yet I want to do a fireplace. I want it to be fairly involved. So I don't have a good plan yet for all that stuff. Once I figure that out, then I can start to finish him. But yeah, he's been my favorite model of all time, which is very unlike me because I'm not a very big into like cute models.
Mm-hmm.
I'm rubbing off on you.
Maybe.
Sounds like it.
It's 3:45, by the way.
Oh my gosh.
3 what?
3:45.
3:45.
Time really flies in here.
It does. Ghost Hunter said yellow green is my favorite fake pro acryl triad.
Yep.
Oh, because we have a yellow green, a bright, and a dark. So unintentional triad.
Not unintentional.
Well, I mean, like we didn't release them all three together. We don't sell them all together as a triad. So I think that's what he means by fake triad.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I can understand that.
Omicron Samurai, I've been using bright yellow green to make some brighter Death Guard. Hairdo uses the green tutorial for a Hulk commission. Worked up with bright and then yellow.
Yeah, the dark yellow green or the camo greens too. Into the yellow greens are fantastic. They do work really, really well.
I know that's not a real question, right, Division Ring? Jade, burnt orange, petroleum. That's our triad.
Whatever cuts it for you, man. I'm here to support you.
Came to lay. So Jason now has me annoyed at any models I have lit from the right because I'm right-handed. There's nothing wrong with it.
No. Light. I don't care what direction you light it from. Just don't get caught in that always lighting it from the same direction because the model wants to choose, right? Or you want to be able to look at the model and choose where to light it from. It's just that a lot of times lighting happens because of the lighting in your room or because of, how you paint. The way you typically hold a model when you paint can force you into those situations. And some models just look a lot better with the lighting based on their facing direction. You know, sculptors fall into this. We talked about that a long time ago. A lot of models, you wind up repeatedly going like, oh my God, all these models want to be lit from the right. And when you look at them, it's because the sculptors all sculpted them all look in the same direction.
Right.
All with the bulk of the detail facing a single direction. And that could be because the sculptor was right-handed.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was going to ask is like when you're painting an army, do you do the lighting the same direction on all of them? Like what if they're in different positions or turned a different way?
If I'm army painting, I don't really pay attention to light generally.
Okay.
Because of that. Because each model can be so distinguished that if you start doing dramatic lighting on your entire army, they all look completely non-cohesive at the end of the day.
Yep, that makes sense.
So a lot of time it's just the top. It's the light comes from above.
I feel like with army painting too, it's like they're always going to be at a different angle. Like they're not going to be in the same.
Right, it's not
place the whole
something where you
time.
guarantee that when people look at it, it's from the angle you chose to paint it from. So, not that you can't, right? It's just that like you can display them in any way you want.
Mm-hmm.
Just be careful with that.
Division Rings said, I'm in the middle of a vacation right now. My paint table is maybe 30 feet away with a model that's been asking for paint for a week. And yet I'm here making bad jokes instead of putting pigment on things. And then I get annoyed when I go back to work and none of my painting is done. Don't be too hard on yourself.
Don't be
We
too
all
hard
need a
on
break.
yourself.
Sometimes you just want to sit and watch Jason and Shelby paint.
I gotta be honest with
And that's
you. There's
okay.
lots of times where I would prefer to be watching Twitch streams than doing what I need to be doing. So
Jason was not feeling well, and I said, well, you could go and sit in on the comfy chairs during stream today. And he said that no, he actually really wants to paint. So he's here painting.
I have been liking every model
He's
I've
really
been
into
painting
painting lately.
So
which
I've
is
been
nice.
really jazzed with the selection of models I've been doing since, good gosh, it's been a while since I think I've disliked anything I've been painting.
Mhm.
Like Percival. But yeah, I don't have a whole lot that I have not enjoyed tremendously over the past probably 6 months.
Well, Tomato, you can watch the VOD. And she'll be back another time.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe.
No, I will.
Maybe.
I mean, maybe.
She's still got 10 minutes left. Could totally ruin it. Who knows?
Nice.
On a related note, is there an easy solution for getting a layer of dust off of primer?
Honestly, like trying to, take a damp sponge and sponge it off and then repriming the model is your best bet. You want to get rid of that added tackiness that dust will leave. You probably notice that the model may feel a little sticky if it has a lot of dust on it. It's a weird thing that happens. Depends on how humid it is where you're at, but it can be gross. I've picked up models before in humid areas that, been sitting around with primer on them, and they literally feel like they're covered with a layer of tacky glue. And you need to reprime to get rid of all of that.
Game Delay said, I think I've cracked the secret. Paint a diorama with moonlight and 3+ OSL sources. Then the lighting won't all come from the same side.
Oh, okay. I mean, how to inject hard mode and other stories. We're keeping our shadows pretty good. That bright yellow green's really making all the difference on the chest there. And this is just like basically layer 1, and as a fairly thin paint, this will be one that I have to go back and do 2 or maybe 3 times on the brightest areas, like on his head here. Put 1 coat on his forehead. I'll come back and do the second one along the upper lip and give him a little bit of cleft in his chin. He doesn't have that in the sculpt, but we can paint it in.
Oh, did I ever? I don't think I got to that question from JP Gray. He asked a while ago, wanting to know how to paint a tattoo.
On a
Was
model?
that a real question, JP Gray?
Seems like a real question.
Well, but it's JP Gray, so we never know.
Fair enough.
He gets a little
Trolly.
Sounded like a real question. He said he hasn't painted skin in a while. Or
The thing with tattoos is to make them
Oh,
look...
here it is. Yeah. First time painter, long time used to be painter. When painting skin, how do I add a tattoo?
The big thing is to do it, like add the tattoo graphic, whatever you're doing, if it's a mom heart or some design, add it before you're done with your top layer of flesh. Because what you want to do is glaze the final color of skin after the tattoo to make it look like it's underneath the skin. Because remember, the ink for tattoos is not on top of your skin, it's underneath those first dermal layers.
Yeah, that's why it doesn't look like you just drew on yourself.
Right, so unless you want it to look like a brand new tattoo or one that was painted on, do it vividly, and then you want to glaze a light color of skin tone over the top of that to kind of sink it back down. And then you might go in and touch areas up and make it a little bit darker, but a lot of people make the mistake of painting the tattoo over the skin, and then it looks like war paint. You know, something that was applied and that would wash off.
Tip. Yards, Tony, yes.
Wash and reprime, Yaretz Tony. You don't have to wash the paint off. I usually take like a damp sponge, not the rough dish side, but just a soft sponge side. Get it damp and wipe the model down as good as you can. Let it dry. Make sure it doesn't have a lot of texture from the dust, and then reprime. It's a pain.
El
Dust.
Absurdo, glad we could help you.
Dust can get really sticky, is what I was saying. I love painting skin. I don't care what kind of skin, I just love painting skin.
I'm not looking forward to doing the skin on this model.
It's not always the thing that seems like it would be the most fun, but a lot of times models that have a lot of skin, like the big giant or the Gorgers, right? Gorgers.
It's their name now.
The Gorger Mall Pack. The
It's
Gorgers.
like you can't say it correctly.
Can't say it correctly.
That's all
I've
I
got it
think
built in to
about.
say Gorger Mall Pack.
Yeah.
Jen has corrupted the whole
Rewired.
scenario. But yeah, it's like I think that those models become some of the most fun for me, almost unintentionally, because skin is one of those things you can breathe so much life into with such easy techniques. and most of it is surrounding using colors that you might not think, you know.
Right.
Shelby, the brown's looking really good. I can see the
Yeah.
dimension in it.
Yep.
I'm worried it looks a little too stark, but we'll just keep on
Well, you can glaze
trucking.
back over that. We
Yep.
can teach you how to sink that back down.
Mm-hmm.
And once you get other stuff in, it might not look as bright.
I
Yeah,
also-
remember that you're painting things one at a time,
Mhm.
and they'll look brighter, but then when you paint something bright next to them or another color on the model, they'll tend to tone themselves down.
Yeah.
Gabe's mad at you
Why?
because it looks so good.
Oh. Sorry, Gabe.
It's not fair.
I don't know, man. Just do better. Well,
Shelby, I love you.
I'm kidding.
Get good, scrub.
mostly.
That's what you just said, by the way. Your sister just told you to get good, scrub.
I've always been into precision things.
Lunchbox Superhero said, Jordan's nails look amazing. I was about to say, don't coddle Jabe, and then you didn't coddle him.
Yeah. I've always loved meticulous stuff like this. So.
Good. Yeah, it's fine detail work. It
Yeah.
takes a lot of patience. The better you get at painting, right? The more skilled you become, the more you have to focus in on the fact that what I'm doing right now may not achieve the look I'm going for, but it's just one of the stepping stones on the way.
Yeah.
That's what you'll learn with all the techniques we teach and all that kind of stuff, is that none of them are silver bullets. None of them instantly make the model look fantastic.
Right.
What they do is they put you on that path, and you start to recognize that, and you'll speed up your painting because you won't be worried every brush stroke that you're doing something wrong and
Yeah.
all that stuff.
I'm gonna go lock up.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll start to look better once I get more paint on it. Because right now it's just the contrast between.
Well, you don't have enough color on every other thing, right?
Yeah.
So a lot of times what I tell people, and you know, like a model like the Hulk doesn't have a lot going on. He's green and purple pants, so there's two things to paint.
Right.
But like on the Gorgers, right, one of the things that I focused on was getting the skin to a particular level, and then going in and base coating everything else: the ropes, the leather around the feet, the colors on the butt flap, you know, the wood on the hammers, the stone. Get some color laid into everything else, and then start working those things up to the same level. So if you've done shadows and midtones and your first level of highlight on the skin, then move on to something else. Stop painting the shirt, start painting the cape. Get the shadow and base color, the red that you're going to try to do, and then maybe one layer of highlights, and see how that looks next to the brown you've done, because you'll very quickly be able to determine how bright the brown needs to go. So rather than trying to make that decision, because it's like you're trying to make decisions without all the information when you're painting,
Right.
because you have all that black primer, and the black primer makes everything look everything looks brighter than it really is, because it's sitting next to
The
black.
higher contrast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you need to start putting color on everything else to really get a good vision of where it's going.
Yeah. I am very excited to do his cape, actually. I think that'll be fun.
Yeah, I think red is going to be good.
Yeah. And I want it to be like probably like a crimson kind of red. So I'd probably start with mahogany in the darkest.
Good. Yep. Mahogany's a great beginning for red.
Yeah. And then I was thinking burgundy as like the mid color, I guess, and then burnt red for the highlights.
Okay, so keeping it a very dark red, obviously, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that could work really well.
That's my plan. But we'll see how it goes.
Convince you tell that AdMech is not a bad idea? I don't know that I'm your... I mean, yes. I mean, painting new armies is never a bad idea unless you have other armies you haven't finished painting yet. And even then, it's questionable if it's a bad idea.
It is way better once you actually just start painting.
Yeah.
Like, as somebody who has never painted a model, it was very intimidating.
Yep.
But now that I've actually started painting it and started understanding how it works and like the different techniques to use, it's a lot more. You lose
a lot of that fear.
It's a lot more exciting.
It's like, oh, this doesn't hurt anything.
Yeah.
I'm just going to put more color here.
Right. Well, and even on the places that I feel like I messed up, I just went back over with the previous color.
Exactly. Yeah, you have to kind of paint fearlessly.
Yeah.
That's really the thing, right? I think, I don't know if Goobs is still here, but like paint bravely and, you know.
Yeah.
It's a mindset in our industry that a lot of people have, is just trying to convince that, you know what, we don't make freaking life support systems.
Yeah.
You know, so if you get to an oops spot, just freaking go back with the previous color, right? Yeah. Or glaze over it. A lot of people laugh at me because a lot of what I do, people would be like, dude, I know you didn't intend for that to happen. And I'll be like, nope, but I wrote it out, you know?
Yep.
I didn't give up. I thought, oh, you know what? That wasn't the color red I wanted, but if I add some purple to it, maybe we'll like that. And it shifts the whole model in a new direction off of something that didn't quite work right. But at the end of the day, it looks really good.
Yeah.
Bright yellow green is so good.
It is. I think that's one of my favorite colors to like visually look at. In the bottle, at least.
I'm going to do this real quick so I can do the Uber punch in, because I want everybody to see the textures that I'm using here, right? I am not, don't get freaked out. Like, I'm not doing anything you can't do here. You know, look at all the texture I'm painting with, right? I'm just slapping paint around. I'm not worried about smooth blends. I'm allowing all of the colors that I'm using to give me the interest. It's not about how they blend together. It's about them being in the right place, right? One on top of each other, brightness where brightness goes, darkness where darkness goes, you know, that magenta in there for a little bit of blood under the skin feeling. But this guy's not smoothly blended, but he'll look great at the end of the day anyway. RZA. What is RZA for the color scheme, Tell? The orange? Okay, yeah, the orange. Yeah. Thank you, Sandsliker. And fried rice, if nobody else said it, thank you for the follow. Hot pink pants. Game Delay says, yesterday's stream is a great example. Jason's flood of dark magenta looked like a disaster until it didn't. Yeah, I mean, realize yesterday we slopped so much dark magenta on this guy. I mean, look at how much flowed down past his foot. It was literally like a dip and flick. Like, I should have just dipped him in a bucket of dark magenta and lifted him back out. But, you know, the color and the way that it was put on with the wash gave it the life everywhere it needs to, right at the base of the muscles and all of that. So it did what I needed it to do, but it's understanding that at that stage of the model, it was the right time to do that. Even though when you get done, it looks like, holy hell, you just ruined a model, right? But not the case. It's getting the colors layered the way you need to see them. I want to make sure that the magenta is apparent over those other base colors, right? Even though I know it's not, and it's going to look incredibly crazy as the model turned pink. Nobody wants pink Hulk. Well, Paint Liquor does. You know, but at the end of the day, having that magenta, that kind of hot pink color over the yellows and over the dark blue and over the colors we had already put on him made sense for my in-game. It doesn't make sense at all when you look at it as a stage of doing it, right? But think of it like a house. A house looks the ugliest when you put the Tyvek wrap on it, right? Because the house is going to have like faux stone siding or metal sheeting or whatever. But when it's wood studs and you put the Tyvek on the outside, it looks horrible, right? But you have to have that vision. You got to know that that's a step you have to take. And that's what painting is. It's throwing paint at the wall, even understanding that, oh, it's going to look like crap right now. But at the end, it's going to be the right layer of color to put the green over, because you saw as soon as we did the black-green over the top of all that magenta, the black-green interacting with the magenta sent it all into the shadows, right? And started turning the model the color we wanted him. And then you start looking at other things. Now, that's the most dramatic thing we'll do on Hulk. We don't have to do anything else really over the top for him, because he is all skin. But you can think about on a model all the times you might do that. If you're doing a lot of non-metallic metal and you want to have colored reflection in it, there's times where it's going to look completely wrong until it doesn't. Until you get the highlight back on it, all that. So, Paint Liquor says, "You know me so well." El Absurdo, you have an undead frost giant painted except for the metal and wanted to do the bluish green bronze armor and had to buy at least 5 separate box sets to complete the needed colors. So you bought the entire line. Well, thank you. Are you talking about Pro Acryl? That's awesome. Yeah, and it's, there is no right or wrong when you're talking about, like, how much color does it take to get to the end point for what you're doing. It really is more about the end point. I mean, that sounds stupid to say, but it's the reality. Is I don't care if it takes me 27 colors to get there. Now, it may not be the smartest thing if I were painting an army of Hulks to paint them the way that I've painted them. I probably want to tone it down a little bit. Doing the skin on the Gorgers, right, the way that we did, was easy and somewhat fast. For the result we got, it was not fast in terms of army painting fast. So I would not do this if I were doing a whole army of ogres where I had 40 troops, but for doing it when you have 5 guys, right, it allows it to look really good and goes together fairly quick. So that worked. But I knew going in I didn't have to paint 40 guys. It'll never get bigger than these 5. So you do have to kind of tune it to the job at hand. And if you're painting single models, obviously like hero models or Hulk like this that I'm only doing I'm not painting him for any use. I'm just painting him. He's going to go in pictures on the website. Then when you're doing that, you can kind of get away with more and not feel bad about it. But, I understand people will come in and they'll be like, holy hell, I'd never be able to paint like that because I have a whole army of AdMech I'm trying to do and I got to find a quick way. But we do that as well, right? Remember when we did 2,000 points of Lumineth Realm Lords in a week? Right? And it was like, hey, I got an idea for colors. I'm going to make this color scheme simple to where everything was in those autumn colors. So I could use oranges and yellows and burnt siennas on everything. Because then every step I did, I was utilizing the overspray of some of my colors to be the right color on the parts the overspray went on. Mm-hmm. And it's cheating the system a lot to make it work faster, but coming up with a good color scheme where it works. So.
Yeah.
Glass Joe, that's the one thing you want to take a shot at non-metallic metal. Awesome. We do tons of non-metallic on here, so no matter if it's just quick, simple stuff, we spend a lot of time going over the nuances of getting, stuff to look reflective without having to use metallic paint. It's my primary way of doing metal. I'll do other things too, but typically I like to paint with non-metallic.
Gosh, I forgot that Jordan organizes his paints like a crazy person.
He organizes his paints like a crazy person, yes. I'm glad that you realize this.
Yeah, well, I went to put the paints back and...
There's no... It serves him right. You just put them back however you feel like they should be, and that's just how he gets it.
Mix them all up. Make his job super hard.
That's just how he gets it. He just has to deal with it.
Oh, what time is it?
You don't have to stay. I may paint a little bit longer. I'm on a roll.
I would stay, but I have to take my mom home.
Well, don't make Shannon wait. She'll get mad at me.
I won't. But it was super fun.
Glad you enjoyed it.
Yes.
Everybody. Tell Shleby thank you for spending some time with us. We love being able to have the team come and spend time on the stream. Get to know you gang more. Chat. They don't bite all the time.
No, just
They're
sometimes.
Halfway decent folks sometimes. So. Seems like you got a pretty good version of chat today, so
yes,
good on you, chat, for being
well
behaved.
But yeah, hopefully I'll paint some more. Yeah,
You're welcome back anytime you and the team can make it work. So
Thanks.
love to have you back.
All right. Bye, guys.
Say bye, Shleby. See ya.
See ya.
I can hear her mom back there. I can hear Shannon back there. The whole Shleby Gabe family works for us pretty much, except for Dad. We haven't conned Dad into coming to work for us yet. I can hear Shannon and her mom back there going, "Yay, you did so good." Except for the left-handed brushes. Can't blame her. That's kind of part of her job. We tell her to give you guys as much hassle as possible when fulfilling orders, so. We've got Ben, our local friend who does game development. He's the developer behind our first game release that is in production now. Coming over tonight. Maybe if I stream long enough, maybe you guys can meet Ben. I don't know that we can convince Ben to actually come on stream, but we'll try. We'll try. Oh, yeah. I was like looking at him. I was like, what's happening? Oh, yeah. You'll do your darndest. You got to convince him to come up here, Gabe. You got to put him on stream. Don't tell him what's happening. Just say, hey, yeah, come in here and talk. We won't tell him we're live streaming. Ben is coming over.
Oh, today?
Yeah.
Oh.
He's coming. Gabe's going to show him some stuff in one of the Adobe platforms we have to use for production. Ben is a video game developer, owns his own development studio for making video games called Dino God. He's made some games released out there in the wild for PC and such. And so he is used to tools that are only making products in the digital domain, not in physical printed goods. So Gabe's going to show him some of the tools we use to get the product to printable level. And I think they're going to play the next game we're releasing.
Today?
I think he is, yeah. I think he's going to show Gabe the...
Ghost Hunter said left-handed brushes confuse me because the lettering is on the wrong side.
Yeah, I know. Reads the wrong way.
It's upside down.
It's all part of the game.
Maniac. What was the base coat on Hulk?
It was an amalgam of things, mainly dark blue. And then yellow ochre. And dark magenta.
Maniac, he did the majority of it on yesterday's stream. So
all of the skin base, yeah.
Yeah, on the beginning of yesterday's stream, it was just black primer. And then he got pretty much like all the base coats and all of the layers up until what you see now almost. I mean, like he's just adding highlights and stuff now.
Yeah, I've just been highlighting today pretty much.
And that will be, so you can find it on a VOD right now, or will be on our YouTube. It was
uploading earlier, so it'll be on YouTube tonight.
It might be there.
Yeah, it's a good one to watch. It's a lot of fun, and it took me about an hour and a half, so.
Dork Depot, I've found all of my left-handed brushes shade backwards. It's taken some getting used to.
Again, just keeping you on your toes.
Yeah.
All us lefties, we strike back. for all the right-handed scissors.
Yeah, right.
Get you back for right-handed scissors. All scissors being right-handed. And left-handed scissors never working even for left-handed people.
I saw a post from one of those like uplifting. I follow some uplifting,
Positivity kind of
yeah,
things.
they post positive content and stuff, and there was a cute one. It was like a thread of tweets about from this woman who was like, I bought my boyfriend a pair of left-handed scissors for his Christmas stocking as a stocking stuffer, and it was it was very sweet, but at the same time I'm like, how does someone in 2023 go to adulthood without having used left-handed scissors before if you're left-handed? So that was me being cynical, but the rest of it was lovely because he was like so excited to be able to cut things and like, must be what the right-handed people feel like, like it's magic. And he just like, do you need anything cut today? I can cut these for you. He was very excited. It was really cute.
I just learned to cut with right-handed scissors. It ain't that big a deal.
Can openers. You have a lefty child, and we need a better can opener for her.
Can openers. Remember the old ones where twist with your right hand, and it was hard.
Yeah.
And they didn't make left-handed ones.
Yeah.
Well, they probably did, but
one of those electric ones. So, growing up, we had this contraption. It was like this big, and it would sit on the counter, and it had a lever on the top, and you would put the can in, push the lever down, and it would automatically open your can.
Yeah.
I don't know if they still make those. Because then they went to the
yeah, they make them hang underneath the counter or underneath the cabinets now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and you just hang it in there, and you push it in the
now
back,
the can
and it
openers take off and those were the ones that would like you would slice yourself if you hit the edge of the can because it cut the inside. Now they have the ones that go around the outside and cut the whole rim.
Yeah. And
split the rim, and then you can like reclose them even. But I feel like I've seen an electric can opener that it's like a little thing and you just put it on top of the can and push a button and it opens it. Megalodon, hello. Can't stay long, playing with my daughter. Just wanted to say hi.
Well, hi.
Hello.
Game Delay says Marvel United, perfect game for playing with the kids.
Awesome.
It's fun looking.
That's the chibi one, right? That you're painting and that I'm painting, right?
Yeah, it's the one you're doing the Deadpool for and all that. So it's fun looking, which I think is the first uphill battle, right?
Yeah, for
kids.
Someone who doesn't care about games to enjoy it. Like, it needs to be fun to look at. Maniac said, my daughter at 34 is a lefty. I constantly remind her the food tastes better if you use the correct hand.
Yeah.
It's exactly the way it looked the last time I painted it because I haven't touched it since. But Friday is my day, so I'm gonna be painting on stream Friday.
Yep. A Jen.
If I
a
remember
very
how.
rare Jen painting stream on Friday. Don't hurt yourself between now and then, please. It's only 2 days. What could happen?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh, well.
No, that's what chat said. Please don't hurt yourself between now and then.
No, I know, and that's what I meant. Was that in reference to me?
Yeah.
See.
You don't know Jen.
It's like I always have an injury of some sort.
She's very clumsy.
I have this really large bruise on the back of my
The other day, I'm like, what did you do to your leg, babe? And she doesn't have any idea.
I have no idea. I honestly, I think because I kind of, it's one of those things that you kind of remember, but like it didn't seem that significant when it happened, is that I was sitting on the bed and the way the blanket was on the bed, it kind of slid a little bit.
Yeah.
And then we've got this platform thing around our bed, and I think that it hit the edge of that. I think the back of my knee hit the edge of that when I because I kind of slid and I probably caught myself.
That makes sense.
I don't know. I will do my best to give chat what they want. It is the plan.
Oh, wow.
You don't think it's wise to have a plan, game delay? Is that?
That's it, Punisher. You and me, we had something going. No more. Thought we was friends.
Oh, to give chat what they want. Oh, well, I don't give them what they want, obviously. We don't have flood paint yet. And you don't all have go backs.
This is also true.
Or that's true. Yep.
Bright yellow green is such an awesome way to add that warmth of yellow to just about anything. It's such an easy color to glaze with. Obviously, we're putting it on green skin where we already had a lot of yellow and such, so it makes sense, but
Really too much to ask for Evos for all in a hot pink and or plaid model once in a while.
yes.
I mean, you can ask all you want. So that's really a question for you. Is it too much for you to ask too many times?
Damn.
Because we'll say no all day long. So is your plan to keep painting until?
Yeah,
Ben
until
gets here?
Ben gets here. You
And
don't
what
have to
time-
stay if you don't
what
need to. If
time
you
is
need
he
to go
gonna
home,
get
probably
here?
ought to go home. She didn't go out when I.
Okay, yeah.
She didn't do
That's what I
anything
was
when I
just
took
gonna
her out
say. Is
before
I
I
know you
left.
were late, but I don't know what you had a chance to do
Yeah,
since
she
you had to
didn't-
rush out so quickly.
Yeah, I rushed out and I tried to get her to go. She just stared at me and wanted
Yeah.
to sit by the wall because there was a sliver of sun. So I was like, "We are not doing this."
Ben's ETA is 4:40. Yeah, I probably won't stick around. Game delay, you got it figured out. You cracked the code. Game delay said, I've learned the trick to getting an Evo bag, though I haven't tried it yet. I think it involves exclamation point store and some money.
Yeah, that'll work.
Lone Wolf would like to know, does the paint dry quickly?
Yes. The water-based acrylic, all of ours are, and so it dries pretty quick. It's not like super duper fast. You can still like blend with it a little bit as you get used to it, but yeah, it dries pretty quick. In terms of general painting, lots faster than most other stuff.
Ghost Hunter, that one also works. You will not find one for money on the Discord, nor will you find one for money on the YouTubes. But those are still good links, which is why I put them there, because I'm about to leave.
Ha! She's doing it beforehand.
Giving you some resources if you want to check things out. All right, though. Oh, I forgot soon. You can't buy anything at exclamation point soon. That's what that one just makes you jealous, maybe. We use that when we have something that you can't get yet. Bye, everybody. Enjoy the rest of the stream with Jason. And I will see you all tomorrow.
According to chat, all the good-looking ones are leaving. It is closing time around here. It'll be just me and Gabe stuck with us. I got one.
Okay.
See ya in a little while.
How you feeling?
Better.
Okay.
I don't know how long they're gonna play, so I might paint while they play, and then I don't have to be a part of that.
But I mean, you have to be.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll let you know.
Okay.
Lone Wolf. Jen paints. Yep. Jen paints exceptionally well. She is currently working on a Deadpool chibi from Marvel United. She doesn't have much other than base coats on it right now, but she'll be working on this on Friday. I mean, it's one of the Marvel United minis. We just did Captain America from that lineup. So she'll be doing that. She'll be painting with us on Friday. Be a lot of fun. She doesn't get as much time to paint anymore as she used to. Jen is my partner, and we have been streaming now for over 8 years. And there was a lot of those years where she would sit on stream and either paint the whole time or, tell jokes and have fun with us like she does now in the producer seat. But now she produces the stream every day and doesn't get to paint very often. But we'll be having her on to do some painting on Friday. So make sure to hit that follow button if you have not. We stream 5 days a week. I'm not going anywhere yet, but that's the spiel. We have been in the absence of my normal painting partner, Jordan, our studio painter. He normally takes that position over on the right of your screen down low by me. But he is out enjoying the holidays with family, out of town, and hanging with friends and stuff. So he will not be back until the new year. And so we've been having some of the other team members come in and join in with us, and that's been a lot of fun. We had Phil yesterday, Shleby today. It'll be just me tomorrow, unless somebody else jumps up. And then, where's Gabe painting tomorrow? Did Gabe already do? When was Gabe? Gabe was in here last Friday? Yeah. So it should just be me tomorrow. Me and Jen. But Jen will be producing. And then on Friday, Jen will be painting with Gabe producing. Or maybe Shelby's producing. I think Shelby wants to learn how to run the production side of things. So I think Shelby, who was with us today, maybe in there on the ones and twos doing the production stuff. So that'll be fun. We have a standing offer to everybody in the office as they have time in their schedule. They have to be responsible enough to get their regular jobs done, but they're always welcome on the stream when they have time to break. We actually heavily encourage them to come and interact with you guys. It's a very integral part of what we do and what we have done for years. So it's always good for people to understand the pulse of chat and the community. All these people are there to engage with on the Discord as well, so it's always a good time. Shelby, as I think got mentioned when she was here, she currently works with the fulfillment team and in brush production. She's going to be moving full-time to brush production. She will be one of the pairs of hands that actually makes the brushes. Right now, her main role in brush production is that she is the primary QC individual. She checks all the brushes before final release. but she will be moving to making all the brushes, which I am super excited for. I think she is too. As we bring that machine online this year. I say machine. Unfortunately, it's one of those things where it's a love-hate, right? Because you can make brushes with robots. I can't lie. You can. You get China quality brushes when you make them with robots. So you don't if you want to make good brushes. So it's a lot of hands-on manufacturing. So Shelby's going to be learning that. Yeah, that's pretty good. Where's the white brush from? It's one of our, what did Jen call it? It's a prototype brush. It's a new blend of synthetics that we're looking at. That is a little bit different than our current brushes, right? And one that we are hoping to use for what we're calling our starter line. We don't know what it'll be called, Pro Starters or something like that. So it follows the same manufacturing. We're hoping to reduce overall cost, not by necessarily reducing the quality of the brush and the bristle, which, as you can see, I've painted this same brush. I've painted all of those gorgers with, as well as now the Hulk. So, 6+ models. And Captain America too, right? So I've been using it for a while, and over this last month, I guess. And it's held up really well. It's still got a really good point. It is getting a little bit of fatigue from the way I stipple and beat the crap out of my brush up at the tip, but that's to be expected. So I'm very, very happy with it so far. And we're hoping to reduce the cost by changing the way we paint the handle and the actual ferrule we use. We're thinking about moving to this aluminum ferrule as opposed to the nickel-plated brass. We use a higher quality ferrule on the main brushes and things like that, but it would give us the ability to provide a more value-focused line of brushes without sacrificing how they paint. It sounds bad to say it. We had to choose. Either you get a brush that doesn't last as long because the bristles aren't good, or you get a brush that may not last as long because the components of the brush, like the wood handle and the handle's the exact same handle, but the way we paint it would be different, cheaper, right? So we're playing around with it. I still have to walk away feeling like it's a brush I would use, and I'm proving that right now. I'm using the crap out of it. It works really well. Teensy, thanks for the follow. As long as it's lickable. It is not. It's actually an anti-licking brush. Dork Depot says, seems like a pretty fun place to work. We like to think so. We have a really good team here. We're up to 18 now? 18? That seems stupid, by the way. At our Christmas party, that's all I kept looking around. I was going, this is stupid, right? Because our first ever full-time employee still works with us. And, so every now and then we have this revelatory, meeting of the minds where it's like, holy crap, did you ever think we'd be at 18 people? And he just shakes his head. It used to be me and Jen. There are old streams of me bottling paint on the live stream while Jen is shipping orders, she wouldn't be on the live stream, but because we were so busy, I'd turn the live stream camera around, like the face cam that you guys are looking at me with. I'd turn it around to the production desk because we were in an office that, oh my God, to think about it is even funnier. I don't think that the entire paint production and stream area and my office in the old building was as big as the studio is now. So that's silly. Our studio is pretty big. But it would basically be like turning the camera around and I would be making paint in that corner over there and you'd watch me and I'd read chat on my iPad while I was, bottling and capping the paints and people were asking questions. It was fun at the time, but it was maniacal when you think about it, that two of us were doing the job of what we now have 18 people to do. Find out whatever Nintendo put on their Switch cartridges, coat your brushes in that. Is it indestructible? Nick Pye says you underestimated the power of the hobby nerds. We sure did. I don't know if it was underestimating. We just had no idea. We legit had no idea. It tastes terrible. Who's eating Switch cartridges? Don't answer that. I don't want to know. Any hints at the new Adepticon colors? R. Scott? We have a dark orangish red. It's a little bit of a oranger red than any of the reds we have. It's not enough to be a red orange. It's an orangish red, and it's a darker color. The satin black will be coming out. We've shown you that on stream. Possibly the ultramarine, but I don't know. What other colors can I tell you? We've got a full set of colors that are specifically targeted towards non-metallic gold. So yellows, browns, green kind of realm in there, which we already have a really good representation of, but it'll really solidify all that. That'll be kind of like the end of the yellows and browns, is that non-metallic gold set. And then that's about all I can say right now. Eclectic Salmon, I don't think will be coming out for Adepticon. There's still a couple of question marks for the line. Vexian, yeah, it's a set specifically built towards 6 colors that are like step 1 through X, of how to apply paint and get a really good non-metallic gold. Hello, Benjamin. Come here. We're doing it, chat. Say hi to the world, Ben.
Wow. It's very wide.
Ben's like, what is Kilroy was here?
Yeah.
When you're like peeking over the top. That's Ben. Everybody says hi, Ben. We will be at LVO. We definitely will be. Yes, Ben is the developer of the game we are releasing in Q1 of this next year. We're hoping to show you some really cool stuff about that coming up, hopefully not too late in January. I'm not 100% happy with the miniature production numbers I'm seeing, but we're probably going to do it anyway. They're bitchin' miniatures, so I just want to paint them. So they kind of have me up against the wall on that one. I'm like, damn it. Dork Depot, you're not competing at LVO, but you live in Vegas. Oh, awesome. You guys gonna play Super Bowl?
We're gonna do that first. We'll do.
All right, cool. El Absurdo says, I noticed no fluorescent blue. How am I supposed to do any good guy lightsabers? Don't they use greens too? Use our sky blue or transparent blue. We do have a fluorescent blue that we tested, right? And while being a good overall color, the reality of what I wanted it to do, sky blue was more intense. And if I wanted to get the color specifically, then sky blue with transparent blue nails it. These don't fluoresce, obviously, so they're not going to give you the same UV component. But that's believe it or not, that's not why we made the fluorescence. We weren't going for the UV glow component of them. It's the fact that they have that that vibrancy and intensity in normal visual light that we really wanted. And so that's where we focus. So blue, we have it. If people demand it, we might make it later. It'll never go in the set because the box only holds 6 colors. But you can just paint your lightsabers white and then use sky blue and or transparent blue to get amazing effects out of them. They're super vibrant. Blue just doesn't fluoresce very well. Just part of the pigment doesn't do it. And that spectrum of light, right, just doesn't work very well. It's deep. That is not Deep Sea Ben, but I will tell him you called him that. Critical Falcon says, "What's your favorite flavor from your line?" Why I oughta. Fluorescent black will be awesome. Don't eat the paint, Critical Falcon. We make one flavor. We have 100 plus, 100 and however many colors we have. One flavor. It's called Donkey Butt. That's it. That's it. You thought dark golden brown and golden brown were non-metallic gold. They're very good ones. That's a trick question. They all taste. They're horrible. They're horrible. Don't eat the paint. And don't ask me what my favorite color is, because I make all the colors, or I come up with all the colors. So it doesn't. It's not fair to ask me which ones are my favorite. My favorite colors are the ones I'm using on the current model. Because you'll hear me, every model I paint, there will be some time during that model that I will be like, have I ever told you how much I love insert paint name here? It happens every model I paint. So stick around, and eventually you will hear me say that I love, all the colors the best. Glaze wash. Shut up, paint liquor. You quit it. You think you missed the noosh use answer? Did somebody ask what noosh is used for? Noosh is a subtractive wash medium. If you know what a subtractive washing method is, it's like what we do with oil washes. Oil washes and oil filters are meant to put material on the model and then wipe it off. And in wiping it off, or blending it and removing it on the model at the same time, you leave behind paint in ways that causes filtering and streaking and stuff. So this is the poster child model that I did in the video that you'll find on our YouTube channel, where I took him, painted him in one day on stream to where he was just kind of a bluish white, and then the yellow greens on the shoulder plates. And then in the noosh video, I took that base model and turned it into this in what would take you 10 minutes if you were doing it on your own, because I was talking to the camera and Gabe was filming. It took us like 30 minutes or something like that, half hour, 45 minutes to do it. But yeah, it's a medium that basically allows your acrylics to act more like oils, in that you can mix it together with any color in our line that you want: transparents, opaques, satins, matte colors, doesn't matter. Take any of our paints, and really, we'd like to say any acrylic paint, but some paints have different formulations, so always try. But the intention was any acrylic paint. Mix it in with noosh. And add water to get the flow that you want. But on this, I didn't add much water at all, maybe a little spritz. And then you just paint it all over the entire model, and then remove it with I use makeup sponges, right? So you go in with this looks like a murder scene weapon, right? But, you go in and you have a bunch of material on the chest here, and then you just take it and wipe it off. And by wiping it off, you leave that filter. But it allows acrylics to be used that way. If you were to just use like Flow Improver or whatever else, other things out there that you think are good mediums, even drying retarder, and you mix it with paint, if you mix in enough to get it to where it starts to be able to be removed, it's horrible. It doesn't work. So we kind of broke the code with how to get acrylics to still cure to where they won't reactivate, right? So nothing on this model will reactivate with water or washes or anything else, but it'll allow you to take them off of the model. And you don't have to varnish the model first or after, immediately after I finished this, I went in and started doing the highlighting on it and all that other stuff. So you don't have to, once it's dry to the touch, you can paint over it, put more washes on the top of it, do whatever you want to do, but it gives you the ability to create really, really cool weathering really, really fast. And that was the key. Without toxic solvents. So you just use water. It cleans up with water, mixes with water. It's a water-based acrylic, non-toxic. It really is kind of revolutionary. It does what nobody else's stuff does. The difference, a lot of the question is, how is that different than our glazed wash medium? The glazed wash medium is an application medium, meaning that you put the paint where you want it. So while it extends the dry time of the paint a little bit, so our glazed wash medium, if you mix it with paints, makes them easier to wet blend because they take a little bit longer to dry. So it's a great medium for mixing, blending, and application of washes and things like that. It's how we put the magenta on him. If you want to learn how to glaze and use thinner opacity paints, then the glazed wash medium is your friend. Fantastic product. What it won't do is allow you to mix it with the paint, put the paint on the model, and then take the paint off as if it were never there. Only in like microseconds would you be able to do that, because acrylic paint stains surfaces very, very fast. Whereas the Noosh allows you to do that subtractive, gives it more of an oil feel. For pin washing, you would have to add quite a bit of water and maybe a little bit of flow improver to it so that it would go in there. It's never going to give you that same capillary action that an oil is, because an oil has that different viscosity and fluidity to it, and it's also oil-based. So it slides across surfaces a lot better. So acrylics will never act exactly like that for pin washing, but the nice thing with the Noosh is that you can just kind of drop it in there, and even though it won't run as far, you just paint it along your lines and then wipe off the top surface, and you're fantastic. So Mikey Vengeance, it's Hulk! Dork Depot, did you send Ben to get a phone book? I think Shleby might be taller than Ben. You thought Noosh was the diet sugar-free version of wash glaze medium? You quit. You quit. Nice, Mikey. Nice. Yeah, we're doing this guy for a special. It's not a series. It's a series of photos and storytelling things that we're doing on the website. So we're going to be pushing through some cool content using this particular model just for. It's a neat model, right? The Immortal Hulk model is just really cool. I like the Hulk. I don't really play the game as much anymore. But, you know, if you're going to give me a model to paint, the Hulk is always a good one to start with. You get to do a lot of fun stuff with skin tones. So he's a fun. It's an upgrade from the first one? The Night Models game, are you talking about? I played MCP with Black Order when the game first came out and had some fun. It was kind of, to me, I wound up feeling like once you built a list, the list played the same way every game, no matter who you were up against to some extent. And so I kind of didn't continue to play, but they've added so many more characters and so many more nuances to the game that when I watch the game, I'm like, it almost tempts me back in. It's a super fun game. Oh, the first MCP Hulk model was a little bland. The first sculpts were a little bland. Still a fun one. But yeah, this one's much better. This is much more Hulk. You know? This is definitely much more I will break you. Yeah, the Incredible Hulk one that they had on the first one was a little funky. I felt like maybe he was looking down a little bit. It was a weird positioning of the model. Still a cool model. All right, we gotta brighten up the skin one more level, and I'm thinking. Actually, I still need some bright yellow green on here. my God, my stomach is growling. Everybody else I didn't feel good around lunchtime. So Jen fought everybody because of the hassles we had loading in the new equipment this morning. If you weren't here at the beginning of the stream, you would have had fun hearing about the new paint filling machine that got delivered today. We have recently made the largest purchase in company history for a automated paint filling machine, and it showed up today. The base components of it showed up today, not the whole thing, unfortunately, but most of it showed up today. And the way it showed up was a little less than impressive. It's all in good shape, but we nearly couldn't get it out of the truck and into our building because the way they palleted it was so absurd. So after dealing with that and the fact that I was not going to come into the office today other than to stream, believe it or not. I never have sick days, really. You've been watching the stream for 8 years. Can anybody tell me how many times I've missed stream because I was sick? Anybody? Anybody out there been around long enough to have a confident number for me? I don't think it's very many. Maybe a handful. I typically don't miss work. But today was one of those days where I was on the verge. I was like, I may not go today. And then, of course, the equipment shows up. So when lunch rolled around and Jen bought everybody Ike's sandwiches, and I wasn't feeling sandwiches, so I had a cup of noodles. So I'm hungry now. I'm hungry now. Sandslager, what kind of machine? So it's an automated paint filling machine. It's right now we do all of our filling in a very I always, is it semi-automatic, I guess is the way to say it. We put hands on the paint a lot in the process because we're very concerned with fill consistency, viscosity consistency. As we talk about acrylic paint, when you're filling a lot of paint over a period of time, the paint starts to evaporate. It's water-based paint, so if it's exposed to air, then it can start to dry. And if it starts to dry during production, you get paint that is lesser, as you go. So it's always been a very big concern in our quality control that never happens. And so our current system takes care of that brilliantly, but it also takes a little bit longer. And as we've grown, we don't have the space in the facility to continually add more stations the way we do it right now. They wind up taking up so much space and it becomes inefficient. So we were able to work with a company to get a custom machine made for us that takes into account all of the needs that we have as water-based paint manufacturer, and gives us the speed of production that is usually only associated with fingernail polish and big, huge automated factories. Some of our competitors feel this way, and so we just knew eventually it was going to have to happen. So we invested in that machine midway through this last year, or actually not that long ago. I guess it was like the end of third quarter this last year. We invested in that machine and it just got through production. They built them to suit, so we just got it today, and we'll start building the assembly line on Tuesday, right after the new year. So we're excited about that. But one of the pieces came. So, hey Tim, you out there still? Tim's here. So Tim, I know you're as the transporter, the trucker doesn't necessarily get involved in all of this. But so we had a single long haul truck that all it had in it was our load, right? And so, the cost associated with that to come from Maryland to Arizona with only our products on a truck is expensive, right? So we paid that price. Tim will know what that is, or be able to guess what that is with fuel costs and transportation and driver costs and the fact that, it's expensive if you're the only thing on the truck and the truck ain't full. And the truck was not full. This machine is not an entire 40+ foot trailer's worth of stuff. So, but it made it to where it was very safe to get it here because it's a very costly component, right? Like I said, it's the most money we've ever spent on anything other than the building we're in since the company's beginning. And so, you do for safety, air ride and the whole nine, it's not going to have a problem. But it gets here, and one of the pallets they built, Tim, and others, I'm not just talking to Tim, a lot of you may know about this stuff, but one of the pallets they built was 13 and a half feet long. So if you know anything about trucking, you know that you can't turn a 13 and a half foot long anything around in the truck, because the truck's only 8.5 feet wide, or 8 feet wide, depending on the trailer, right? So you can't turn it around. Well, they loaded it weighted end first. So they didn't think about the fact that this 13-foot long thing has to be taken off the truck with the lightest part of it coming out the truck first, which is not how you do that. You should always try to load things with the heavy end coming out first, right? Especially on something that's that long, because it really doesn't matter. Most pallets are 4x4, so you're not having to worry about it, right? At 13, Tim, at 13 feet long tines, you can't get long tines on our forklift. You can't. The forklift that would be able to have like 8-foot tines on it is a yard lift, right? That's a yard tractor that has larger tires and is made for being outside in a lumber yard and stuff like that. You can get, I don't know, I've seen 8. I know that they make 10-footers, right? But those 10-footers are on high beam deals. Our forklift is not an, I wouldn't call it an indoor. It's still a yard lift, but it's only has a boom height of 8 feet, so it can get stuff off the back of a semi. It's not for lifting big, heavy cantilevered stuff on a big, pallet racks or anything. And so when it showed up and I saw that, everybody was like, well, I didn't see it. I was at home trying to not come into the office today. And Jen calls and says it's here. I said, okay, well, have Ruben do the forklift and have Jacob help him out, and you just watch and make sure they do it right. And I went back to sleep. And I got a call about a half hour later. We have a problem. So we had to get that damn 13-foot thing. It's crazy. It's crazy. No, that was literally at the front, Tim. That was the last piece off the truck. Heaviest thing at the end of the trailer. At the front of the trailer, over the pin. So that makes no sense. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, everything in there was at the front end of the thing locked down. So there was nothing past 16 feet in the trailer. It was a 53-foot trailer. And it was 16 feet of it was all of our stuff. So anyway, whatever. It was very difficult to get it off with a 4-foot tine on the forklift. Our forklift, as the tines are 4 feet long, right? Right? The forks are 4 feet long. And this thing's 13 feet. We had to get it off the truck. And it weighed more, and we couldn't take it off the pallet and manhandle it down because it has very heavy motors. It was about 10 overall feet of conveyor belt, and then the actual filling machine was on this one. So the machine that fills the bottles and rotates bottles, and then 10 feet of conveyor and all the motors and pumps and everything go along with that. So, and it's a big, fully encased plexiglass and stainless steel contraption. It's like 6 feet tall. So we didn't have enough people to comfortably take it off of the pallet and hand it to somebody, 6 feet down or 5.5 feet down off the tail of the truck. So it's crazy. But it's nuts. It's nuts. So we did the completely non-OSHA thing, and I got on the forklift, and we got the pallet jack and pushed the thing to the tail of the truck, and I got the forks underneath it and lifted it up while the guys pushed from the back, and I let it out until there was about 2 feet left on it in the truck, and then I lowered the forks and got it teeter-tottered down almost to the ground, and then we got 8 of our guys out there, and they all grabbed this thing, and I just drug it off the back very slowly and started lifting it up a little bit as it came off the back to their level, and we were all holding it, forklift on one end, 8 dudes on the other, and then we just lowered it down to the ground. So it was good. So Jen bought everybody lunch, and I didn't get lunch. That's where this all started, is I'm hungry. That's where this all started, is I'm very hungry. That was a pain in the butt. Took us way too long. Way too long. Oh, good God, man. Like, somebody should have called and told me that they had something on the truck that needed a dock. Because we could have found one of my business people that I know has a dock somewhere in Phoenix. And we could have put it on a dock and then put everything onto a truck with a lift gate and brought it here easier than this nonsense. Yeah, Jen was just covering her eyes the whole time. They had one that was 8 feet long, and the weight was distributed wrong on it. And so me and another guy, while Ruben rode the forklift, me and another guy had to stand on the pallet on the forklift while he took it off the back of the truck, lowered it down, and then drove it into the warehouse. And the guy couldn't back to our warehouse. He was like a new driver, so he was uncomfortable backing the trailer down the alley to our warehouse. So he drove it in nose first. So we're 60 feet away from the bay door, dragging stuff out the back of the truck and then driving it up. And so me and James are standing on the pallet to counterbalance the pallet because all the weight's hanging off the forks. So like I said, don't call OSHA. So get a new forklift with longer tines. Definitely not to race around the factory like at all. No, we're not doing that. We can't hardly fit the one we have in the warehouse. You can get those extenders, which we might have to look at. But it's so rare that we have stuff like this happen. It's just not really a thing. All right, what was I thinking? I think maybe would warm flesh mixed in with the bright yellow green, would that give us a color that would work? Or is that's probably not bright enough, is it? I feel like we're back to like pale yellow, right? I think khaki's too muted. I think pale yellow is the thing. I was thinking maybe faded green and bright yellow green, but again, I think it's too muted. I don't think it gives us a highlight that I like enough. Right? The bright pale green and the bright yellow green gets a little blue, I think. I don't think that would look good either. I think we want to go with a warmth, so we're just going to do pale yellow again. We used pale yellow for
somebody likes us.
For the highlight underneath the magenta originally. We'll use pale yellow again. It'll work. Trust me. Trust me, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Thank you for that follow. Game delay. Khaki. I said khaki would probably be an okay color, but it's a little too muted. I want this to be vibrant. To keep the vibrancy, so I want a color that's pale. Right, but not so super desaturated already. See, I think that works a lot better. That's pale yellow and bright yellow green. I think that's going to be the color we need to do this. Brush. Damper. And the goal here is to sketch in some very bright highlights and then take the bright yellow green and glaze it back over these. So it almost is like painting zebra stripes or something, you know, you want more contrast, but you want the color to be close to right. But you want that vibrancy to be a little overbearing when doing this, if you're doing it quickly. Okay? You could take time to mix another color in between what I'm doing here and where we started, and that would work just as well. But for what we're doing, I don't want to take the time to do that. It's much easier to not worry about it and just use this very bright contrast that we're going to get here on this initial stab, right? And then glaze over it. And the glaze is something you don't have to worry about too much. You get a thin consistency and go to town. I don't have to worry about the mix. It just works. So instead of feeling like I got to paint the area twice, I really only have to paint it 1.5 times. So. I'm trying to create some striations in the muscles here. So I've been doing this kind of long, broad brushstroke texturing on the pec. Same thing here. The model doesn't have to have all the texture on it. You can create some of that, the illusion of texture, as you go. When did you get into painting as a hobby? I think I was 8 or 10 years old. I'm 53. So either 43 or 45 years ago, I painted my first mini. I had already by that time been painting scale models, believe it or not. My father, my biological father, built model kits. And I was always very intrigued by it. So every now and then when he would pick me up, he and my mom were separated, but he would pick me up for a weekend. And every now and then he'd have like a model kit. We'd sit down and build models. And so I got very interested in that. As a kid, I didn't always have money for models, though. So, but I did have friends in the neighborhood that had games, and Dungeons and Dragons was making a name for itself at the time. A game that I'm getting back into for the first time in forever, Starfleet Battles, was my first introduction to miniatures, albeit very briefly because the minis were very hard to come by for Starfleet Battles. So most of it was Dungeons and Dragons. And then quick on the heels of that, in the early 80s, was Battletech. And Battletech would admittedly be the first thing that got me to pay attention to the finer aspects of painting. I really liked the game, and so it was also very intriguing for me to learn about the painting. So I think that would kind of be the one where I started focusing on the nuances of how to paint minis. Although back then, I don't know that you could really say that there was a whole lot to know. It was pretty much just people treating it like any other art form, and you didn't have a lot of products built for miniatures. Acrylic paint was not something that was known outside of the world of, like, you know, really painting for you know, like kids' finger paints and stuff. You could buy like artist acrylics, of course, but they were not widely used. This was the day and age where oil paints were the primary painting for a lot of things in scale modeling, oils and enamels. So that's probably why I'm such a crazy person. I grew up painting with solvents in my paint for so long. And then I have painted off and on since then. It was not a constant for me the entire time. There were times where it was more constant. I worked for Games Workshop from 2004 to late 2007, early 2008. So about 4 years at Games Workshop, and painted the whole time I was at Games Workshop, obviously. And there were times where I would paint. It was on and off for, like, 4 or 5 years straight, where I was in a location and had friends and was involved in painting. And then times where I was traveling all the time, where I would paint quite a bit because it was kind of my hobby I could take on the road. But it wasn't always something I was focused on. It was weird. It was just always my kind of secret hobby, as a closet nerd. I'd be building motorcycles by day, and then at night painting little men. So that was always a fun story to tell people when they would be like, friends of mine that knew me for the industry I was in at the time would be like, hey, what do you do for fun? And I was like, well, let me tell you. There's these things called miniatures. So it's fun now that, more and more of that more and more people are being exposed to that now. And so there's, more conversations to be had where people are like, oh yeah, especially at my age bracket now, as a lot of people are like, oh yeah, my son does that. I've heard of that. That's looking pretty good. We're moving our highlights towards this side. That's where they're intended to be. And so it's this brightest color that gives you that last attempt to really punch it home, that's where your light source is. An old glass bottle of Testers. You got it, man. Testers enamels. That's what I grew up with. Big old shoebox full of square glass bottles. Maybe not square. I think they were square at the base, but, large, tall, square-based bottles of Testers enamels. Most of them being dried up when you needed them the most. because that bottle had a metal cap that never closed all the way. Good times, good times. That grew up with Ral Partha miniatures for the well, I guess for everything. They did a little bit of everything, but they had the Battletech stuff. So Ral Partha, Grenadier was the other Dungeons and Dragons miniature maker that was really good at the time. I say really good, that's where everything was. It was very hard to find. You know, it's odd because most of the miniature stuff that I could lay claim to in that era was at bookstores, like college bookstores, where kids were interested in Dungeons and Dragons. I think it was, you know, back in the day, just kind of like now, is you had to find people that were enthusiastic about the stuff, and you know, convince their local stores to bring it in. Otherwise, you just weren't going to have it, right? So there was a college bookstore by my grandmother's house, and so when I would visit my grandmother, we would take walks up to the little shopping center where the college bookstore was, and I would always go in the college bookstore. Can I remember what it was called? I don't know that I can remember what the college bookstore was called. And then there was a hobby store in maybe Snyder Plaza. I don't remember what the place is called Crown Hobbies. Between those two places, my entire nerd life in painting miniatures and models and stuff began, because Crown Hobbies had some wonderful people from the time come and teach classes there to all the older crowd that was building scale models. They were really into it. And so I got to meet Shepard Payne and take a weekend set of lessons from Shepard Payne. I think he's from Chicago. But one of the most world-renowned diorama and scale model builders of our time. And so to be able to get to meet and sit with him, I was way too young to really get a lot from it. I think most of what I got from it was just the fact that I was sitting there with a guy who I owned books for, and as a kid, you thought that was the best thing ever. I have said many times in my life that I wish I was more mature when I was taking those classes, because I would have got a lot more from them, but it was still a good time. Ah, you're cute, Gentastic. Ral Partha was in your hometown, Treebeard? That's awesome. I don't know that I ever knew where they were. Where is that? Yeah, Ral Partha, Grenadier. Not too late in my childhood was were they Citadel Miniatures? Yeah, I think before Games Workshop, it was just Citadel Miniatures, right? I had some models of like Chaos Warriors back in the day. It was a box set I bought in Taos, New Mexico at some gift shop. Again, just shows you how weird the world was. Like, this place had Games Workshop miniatures, basically. Back before they were Games Workshop. Fangorn Forest. Cincinnati. Okay, cool. Well, if you can give new hobbyists one piece of advice, what would it be, Critical Falcon? Well, you got some other things. It says, I like to hear other stories. Is there a favorite type of model, game, race, etc. you like painting throughout your years? Wow, that's a good question, and I don't know that there is. I love painting. So for me, you know, I'd have to think about what grabs me about a model, and it's stuff like this. It's the character nature of the model. Like, this guy's screaming, right? Like, why is he screaming? I want to add paint to him and bring him more to life. The model already feels like it's alive because he has so much motion and energy in the emotion that he has going on. So something like that grabs me. Like these guys, the Gorgers, right? Gorgers, as Jen has coined them. These models were great for me. They got me excited to paint them because of the life they had. They're great sculpts. So do I care about the army? No. Sometimes in my life it's been driven by what army I'm playing. I'm excited about those, and so those were really fun to paint because of the game and the world and whatever. I've always been a big fan of Space Marines and stuff like that, but is there something that pushes me over the edge and says one type of model is the king? No. Today I said that models with a lot of skin, so Hulk being a good example, but I like painting lots of skin. Sometimes a model just to me can be look exciting to paint based on the fact that it's a big near naked giant, so I might have a lot of fun with something like this. But I don't know that that's a specific thing, because I like robots and I like everything. I just like painting. Whatever's in front of me, I can find something about it that's going to interest me, I think. But then on the new hobbyist, one piece of advice, what would it be? Be patient, right? Be patient. Art is not something that happens in one brushstroke, but every brushstroke is part of art. So I think that would be my takeaway. You can clip that, right? And what I mean by that is that a lot of times, because people that I've met throughout my years in painting miniatures specifically don't necessarily come from the world of art as a primary background. I do not come from the world of art as a primary background. I've just always done art. I'm not formally trained at art. I never went to college for art. I just did art. I started drawing very early. My family gave me things, like my great-grandfather's pastel set, which I still have laying around here. So I always had tools for art. And I didn't have brothers and sisters, so I literally just picked stuff up and went crazy, I would trace comic books, right? I have comic books that are worth hundreds and hundreds of dollars out in my comic book collection that are worth less because I traced the cover so many times that the cover is indented with my pencil marks of where I traced it. One particular Iron Man one where he's fighting the Blood Brothers is one that I remember because it's like my favorite Iron Man cover. And I traced it a million times to get better at drawing. And so I just did those things. And I didn't know the meaning of the word patience at the time, but I was an impatient kid. I was never good enough for what I was trying to do. I could see the vision. I could read the comic book and see the great artwork, and I could never make that happen. So I get frustrated. And so that's why I say I think that you got to learn as quickly as possible, especially if you're not a trained artist. Because I think through training, you learn that, right? Like being trained to weld, I learned that you have to have patience. You can't just pick up the welder and hope to pull a good bead. You got to take your time and learn and practice and all that kind of stuff. And sometimes we forget that when it's a hobby that we do for fun. We're not doing it for a job. We're not necessarily doing it for some end conclusion that everybody's going to stand up and cheer. It's just your own thing, and you sink away into it. And I think we have to be careful as humans in general to not hold too high of an expectation over ourselves, especially in this age of information. It was a lot different when I was a kid because I couldn't go on the internet and see what everybody else was doing. So I thought I was doing really well, right? Because I was my only comparison, and I would say, oh my gosh, my tank looks so much better this time. If I'd have put it on the internet, I got laughed at. But you see what I'm saying? Nowadays, it's very difficult because everybody has the opportunity to show you something that makes you feel like your work is inferior. And you just have to blot that noise out and compare everything you're doing to the last thing you did. I say that a million times on this stream over the course of the years. Is it only compare your model to the last model you've painted? Forget the internet. That's great for inspiration. It's great to kind of see what you want to guide yourself towards as a style, as a quality level, whatever, but don't judge yourself by it. Only judge yourself on your progression from the last thing you did, because you will get there eventually if you have patience. So there you go. That's my thing. My long-winded one thing, right? You yourself don't have an artistic background and find yourself getting discouraged seeing the great work that surrounds you in the community, but learning to be patient is what will definitely help you go. It will, right? Because like if I started every model with holding it up to, oh my gosh, is chat going to like this model? I'd never get anything done. Now, chat's going to laugh. I don't ever get anything done anyway, but the reality is that you just have to be patient and know. And I think that one thing a lot of people have learned over the years of watching a stream is that I'll do crazy things that don't look like they're going to work. Game Delay will tell you yesterday, if you go back and watch yesterday's stream, you will see the type of crazy I put on models. And then if you compare it to where we are right now on Hulk today, and we didn't fix anything, we just kept riding the horse over all of those barrels, and it worked, right? So sometimes it is just being patient. Sometimes I don't know what I'm going to get. I'm like, you know what? Let's try this. And we put it on, and people in chat, you can hear the collective gasp of chat as they go, what did you do? And then I'm like, oh, I see what I could do with this. And then you put something else on top of it, and you just continually throw stuff at the wall until you find something that works. And does it all work? No, especially not as you're learning. But I don't know. Chat, how many times have I messed up and had to redo stuff in the 8 years we've been streaming? Once? Twice? That's no lie. Like, I've painted, I dread to say, 1,000 models or more since we've streamed over the past 8 years. And I rarely, if ever, do anything that I'm like, nope, there's no coming back from that. It's just not the way art works. You can always redirect, It's like Bob Ross said, happy little accidents. You don't ever really have problems in art. It's just things you build off of. So if you make an incorrect brush stroke, you paint over it. Because if your hand slips, or I've dropped the model and I'm painting with a bright color and it goes whoop, over his purple pants, and you're like, oh well, you just paint over it. It's not a big deal. But if you're making what are more critical decisions, like, oh, what color do I need to highlight with, and you get that on there and you're like, oh, that looks like ass. And now you can't just simply paint another color because you have to do all the blending and stuff that I've done below that. Then you have to train yourself to have that patience to say, okay, how can I use what I don't like to become what I need it to be? And as long as I've gone with a brighter color, then I can just put the bright yellow green right back over this and get close to where I was, and then choose another color. So it's a lot of different things that equal patience. Patience is learning to build on your mistakes, reframing your mistakes. It's not always just take your time. Right? Because sometimes that's what patience equals for people. It's just go slow, take your time, you'll get there eventually. Sometimes it's like, oh my God, I went slow and I still screwed this up, but is it really screwed up? What can you do to make it better? And without having to just strip the model. Because I see a lot of people on the internet that are talking about like, oh, I just got to strip this and start over. I'm like, I've never stripped a model. I don't think. And that one model that we stripped led us to make our own paint line, right? I stripped one model. I stripped the cloak because the white was horribly treating me just awfully from another brand that I was using on stream live. And I stripped that part of the model and repainted it with paint that I made live on stream. And that birthed Pro Acryl, right? So so think about it like that. If you're patient, I don't know that you'll ever make a paint company, but you get my drift, right? Is that you can always fix everything. And like I said, we're not making heart machines. We're making art. So it's a lot easier than it seems sometimes. Jay Wedge says, I never get anything done. Why, thank you. Jason gets more done while getting nothing done than I do in a month. Well, everybody just always gives me grief because I rarely finish models, because it's funny to say that I don't set out to finish models. I set out to teach people how to paint and to have fun doing it. Every now and then I finish models by accident, but very rarely. Paint a whole bunch of models and let yourself be bad at it. Yeah, that's the right thing, man. Just paint. You got to just paint. You got to pick up a brush as often as your time allows and make time to pick up a brush. Critical Falcon, awesome. Yeah, I don't get hung up. I mean, the technical aspects of painting, you'll hear me talk about quite a bit, because I'll talk about how to hold your brush, how to use your brush, how to mix your paint, how to thin your paint, all that. That all comes in time. That's just the mechanics of it. I think are easy to learn. I can write a book on what you're supposed to do, but if you don't have these fundamental ideas of what creating art is really fundamentally about, because this holds true for making music, painting canvases. I can imagine for making jewelry, clay, pottery, whatever, is that if you're not patient, you're doomed, right? So whatever that patience means for the task at hand, I think is the big thing. Being patient in traffic is a lot different than being patient when painting, but they have their similarities. And now you know exactly what we do on this stream. We throw a little bit of philosophy and psychology into the world of having fun painting little men. So, 'cause at the end of the day, all we're doing is painting battle Barbies and trying to convince our friends and family that it's okay. It's okay. This is all okay. Art is never finished. Yeah. I don't, I get it. But that's never something that I really like. Art's done when you want it to be done, right? You got to be careful about that whole "it's never finished" thing, because I don't want to look at things as being like I can go back and fix them. The reality is you can always go back and do more. So I can use that as a positive in the sense that you don't have to, if you're frustrated with where you're at, just walk away. You can come back. What we do is never has to be done, right? So that's a good point. But I don't really subscribe to the whole, art in general is never finished. It has to be at some point, right? If you're doing it to reach a finish point, you want to get there. I think it's judging your own, being responsible enough to judge when you are okay with calling it done is the big part, right? Your version of finished may not match everybody's expectation of what you were working on. If you're doing it commercially, you better hope it matches the client's expectation, right? But other than that, who cares? If you're not making a living off of your art, then it doesn't really matter. It's done when you say it is. But I think it is healthy to understand that and to work towards completion in your projects. And that's just part of me feeling like you gotta get to the end, right? People say it's not the destination, it's the journey, but I still want to get there, right? If we take a road trip, I don't want to spend all my time on the road. I want to get where the trip's destination was. I want to enjoy the road there, but I also want to get there, right? So I think identifying and setting reasonable goals for yourself to say, hey, I'm finished when this thing has color on all its parts. That's a great way to start, right? I'm not winning a golden demon. I'm not painting this for a competition. I'm done when there's color on all the parts of the model. Bingo. Then hold yourself to it. Be like, all right, I told myself it was done when I got color on all of it. Artist never finishes why George Lucas kept recutting Star Wars. I thought that's because he needed money. But actually, I believe that in that particular case, it was because technology kept making leaps and bounds that made his vision become stronger if he just recut it and did some more technology to it. So that's a tough one, right? We're lucky. The world of paint ain't changing. You might find a new paint you like, a new color that makes you wish you painted your army in that color, but, whatever, dude. It's not like something's going to be invented tomorrow that makes you wish you had painted everything you've ever painted totally differently and you go back to all of them and repaint them. At least I hope not. Noosh just changed painting, and you could technically go back and add Noosh to a lot of your models, but it didn't make you have to redo them. And I think it's awesome that you see it that way. I really do believe that Noosh is a neat kind of revolutionary thing for acrylic artists. I'm excited to see more and more people get it and use it for things that I didn't even think about. It's funny because Noosh is leading to the sales of a lot of glazed wash medium too. Because a lot of people will be like, oh, I wonder if this will do the same thing over here. And I'm like, well, that's what a glazed wash medium does. And no, it won't. But the idea is good. You'll hear me say all the time, I'm not doing anything any of you out there can't do. I'm literally just touching the model with the brush. Learning how to control your brush so that when you touch the model with paint, it goes where you want it is key. That just comes with practice. Next month, you get your liar tag. Tim, are you ready for it? You been thinking about it? You've been thinking about stopping yourself. You don't want to be a liar? Damn it. If you ever decide you want to make your tanks dirty and worn, you'll get Noosh. Gameplay says everything you can do with Noosh, you could do previously with a hazmat suit and very long brushes. Damn it. Could chat instigate Jason into painting a golden demon entry? You think they'd even let me enter? We'd have to find a way to enter, like, anonymously. Right? I've won 2 golden demons. That's not something I feel like I ever need to do again. Technically, 1 golden demon and 1 Forge World Best of Show. At Golden Demon. I think it was 2005 LA Games Day. It might be 2004. I think it's 2005. Game delay. No, they're on the Golden Demon website. There's a Golden Demon Compendium website that has a picture of the Dreadnought. It does not have, from what I remember, a picture of my Terminator squad. I got Golden Demon for Best Squad and Forge World Best in Show for my Forge World Dreadnought. Imperial Fist Dreadnought. But it's up on the... if you search my name, Jason Craze, on the Golden Demon Compendium, it's up there someplace. You need to stop releasing new stuff until you get caught up. Lately, it has been, Max Payne. Lately, Noosh we can't keep in stock. We have a problem keeping some products in stock lately, but we're catching up. We're getting better. We're getting better. unfortunately, all our suppliers shut down over the holidays, so we were able to get an additional shipment of raw material for Noosh, and then before Christmas, and then you're kind of out of luck until we get back to operations as normal and get the new production machinery that we talked about earlier up and running. So we're a little behind, but it shouldn't take too long. And we will have one line of paint production continuing to run even when we are setting up the new stuff, the new machine. The awesome thing is that the new machine will let us make about 3 to 4 times more paint than we currently make. Which is crazy to think about. We already make a hell of a lot of paint. Critical Falcon, can you see the palette? This one, you want to just see what it's made of? Or hang on, let me get rid of the paint on this brush. I want to use this. Sometimes you just get the magical consistency to your paint and you're like, yes. A lot of times I talk about making sure you're always pulling your brush stroke to where you want the color to be. And you'll notice that that's never more true than when you're doing bright highlights. So that's why you'll see me doing that right now. Every brush stroke goes from the darker part and pulls that paint up to where I want the brightness to be. Right? The Gold Demon Compendium has your award for painting unknown. What do you mean, unknown? I don't understand. What does that mean? Oh, no photo. What? I know it was on there. The Dreadnought at least was on there for the Forge World one. It was the same year. They're both from the same year. I think it was 2005, LA Games Day. 2005. I unfortunately don't have those models anymore. One year when I moved, all those went in the garbage. Asking about my palette. This is my nightmare of a palette. This is where we're working right now, between pale yellow and bright yellow green, and we're mixing them together in this puddle right here. And this is my piece of glass. And it is got that much paint on it. That's how high the paint is. That's completely level to the camera. That's a lot of paint. It's a lot of paint buildup. Yeah, it's just a piece of painted glass. This New Wave Fine Art Products, newwaveart.com. Yeah, I don't use a wet palette. I painted a model with a wet palette here recently, just to show people I could. A lot of people wonder if I don't use a wet palette because I just don't like them, or if I'm just no good using them. And I can use them. It's just paint, but I don't like them very much. They don't allow me to have the base paint to work from, as well as, like, say, a glass palette does. I need a little bit of highlight right here. Does a wet palette over thin? It can. It can over thin any paints. Our paints are made to work right out of the pot better than anybody else's. So one of my mottos when painting is spend less time on the palette, more time on the model. That's what we're here for. And so our paints are formulated to get you painting quick and not have to mess around too much. But by doing so, some of the components, also the things that we put in our paint to allow it to take a little bit longer to dry so that it blends much better, are also the components that will not like to be soaking in water, right? You can thin our paints like I'm doing now. I have a lot of water, but it's just on my brush, right? My brush is super damp, which allows me to kind of thin the paint as I pull it from the palette so that I can glaze like you see me doing. My first coat is very, very light. And then I'll build it up as I feel comfortable with where my highlight is going. But yeah, if you let it sit in water, right, then you'll have to reconstitute it every so often. You know, put a little bit more stirring motion into it and such, but it won't ruin it by any means. Wet palettes are great for keeping mixtures fresh. So if you find yourself doing a lot of painting with fewer colors and mixing them more, then there's nothing better. If, however, you do a lot of layering, where you're just layering one color over the next, like what I'm doing here, and not really doing a lot of mixing, although what I'm doing right now is a mix, but that's the first mix we've used on this model, right? Then they don't do so much for you. And again, the biggest key to the way I paint, or the way you paint in general, is that I take a lot of the paint off on my thumb palette. What I'm going to the model with is much less pigment than what you would think. Makes it much more controllable, especially when painting thin like I'm doing right now. Ensures I don't overload the model. I only get what I need. Ghost Hunter, thanks. Yeah, that was a long time ago. It was the one with the big banner. It actually was part of a larger diorama that had the Terminators in it too. The diorama, it was unfortunate, I guess, in the sense that I couldn't submit the whole thing and still have all of the categories represented. And the running bet we had was whether or not I could get done in both the categories for squad and for large model. And it had a bunch of Tyranids, Gene Stealers, that you'll notice one of the claws on the dread is closed. I built it like the Furioso dread, the Imperial Fist one, and one of his claws has got all of them completely closed and is pushing forward. That claw was punching through a Gene Stealer, and that was on the model on the base, and they took it off for the large model thing, or it fell off. I don't remember what the excuse was at the time. But the Gene Stealer was really cool. You could take it off when playing a game, because one of the things I hate is when you have a lot of dead models around your model that you use for playing a game. Because when I'm playing an army that isn't of those dead models, it feels weird. So the dread was punching, that closed claw was punching through and coming out the back of a Gene Stealer that I had converted to be kind of like he was hitting the gut and all of his legs were moving forward. And one of his claws, if you look, the side of the arm has a big indentation in it because the claws were digging into the side. The Gene Stealers have the rending claws. So the rending claw was digging into the side of the arm. But it was done so that it could go over it and fit on there. And then you could take it off when you were finished, which was super cool. But they took it off either for the photo or because it didn't fit the category. I don't know. What's up, Gabe?
We're going to start game.
Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
So, just want to let you know.
Okay, cool. Do you need me?
No, just if you wanted to see it.
I do.
Yeah.
But let me get done with what I'm doing here.
Sounds good.
But yeah, that was a fun one. I enjoyed that model. I enjoyed doing the banner. The banner is all like rippled, and I hand painted the Imperial Fist logo on it after I rippled it, which sucked. That was something that I hated myself for. Hand painting the logo on a banner that's all fluttering in the wind is always a pain in the ass. But I made the banner out of plastic card and stuff like that. That was back in the day where I really enjoyed converting models. Not so much anymore. Mainly because ain't nobody got time for that. I think that at that games day, that particular games day, Tom Shadle, here a local guy here in Phoenix, Arizona, who has been a big Infinity guy over the years, friend of mine. I haven't spoken to Tom in a long time, but we became good friends when I was playing Infinity here locally. He ran the MayaCast podcast until they shut that down here recently. And he won the Slayer sword that year, I believe. We were talking about that at one point in time. Small world stuff, right? Oh, I was there. I won my first golden demon at that. And he's like, oh yeah, I won the Slayer Sword. I'm like, oh, well. Tom's a fantastic painter. What do we think? Looking good? I feel like I need more brightness on this forearm over here. Slayer Sword is the winner of the whole show. So the Slayer Sword is like the sought after one. It's the best of show for Golden Demon. When they do any of the big Golden Demon deals, the Slayer Sword is the winner takes all kind of thing. It's amazing. Ghost Hunter, thank you. Yeah, he won like 5. He won like 5 Golden Demons and a Slayer Sword. He was on fire that year. I don't even remember what his Slayer Sword was. Was it an Eldar thing? I don't remember what it was. Game delay, take it easy, man. You may have to invest in a glass palette. If you let the paint sit too long in your wet palette, it does break apart, but you also work with a few drops at a time. Just make sure when you're doing your wet palette, and I did a quick how-to on this. You know, when you have, like, here's some wet palette paper. When you are getting your palette ready, right? I typically, you know, it's like baking paper, right? So water runs off of it like it's waxy. So it's not like you pour it under and it soaks it up like a sponge, right? You're familiar with this. It takes a lot to saturate this with water. Because while it's permeable, it's I want to say regulated. That's not the case. It doesn't know how much water it's getting in. It just is not like a sponge, right? So I'll take my palette paper and I'll run it under warm water, both sides, you know, and get it completely soaking wet. And then I'll take it and squeegee it against the side of the sink. I'm usually doing it in the sink, right? So run it under warm water or dunk it in a pot of warm water or whatever. And then out of the sink, I have a ruler. I have one of those wooden rulers that has a metal edge on one side. But if you have any straight edge or whatever, you just put, or your hand, you know, you put it down and then you just do like this and you squeegee it, right, as you pull it through that edge, and then you just have a damp page, but it's not overloaded with water. Then I fill the wet palette up with water and get the sponge. I hold the sponge under the water, get the sponge completely soaked through, squeeze it, and then, you know, squeeze it out entirely, and then get it filled up again, and then squeeze it out one more time, and then put water in the basin, float the sponge in there, put the paper on the top. Whoop, press it down. If I have to, put like 4 pennies in the corners. I haven't had to do that recently. But weight down the corners so they don't curl up. But I don't ever put water on the top of this piece of paper, ever, right? This piece of paper has to be wet entirely before it'll start to actually pass the water through it. It has to be saturated to open its pores up to get the whole process going, because what happens is that the paint on top, as it starts to evaporate, water's leaving the paint, and by that process pulls water up into the paint, right? So think of it like a straw. As the air is pulling water out of the paint, the paper is allowing water from underneath to pass up into the paint. It's not exact science because this is a dumb piece of paper. It doesn't know how much water left your paint, so it's never going to be good enough to really do its job, but it can get close. but it means that this paper can't get overly dry or it stops working. And so what a lot of people do is they have this paper wet on the top. But that problem is that now there's too much water because your paint is not having that much water evaporate out to need water on top of this piece of paper. It just needs to make sure there's good water underneath. So in a dry climate like Arizona, this paper is always drying out faster than my paint. And so that's why I don't use them, because there's no, I'm not saying there's no way to control that. There just isn't right now paper that works well enough in every climate for me to recommend it. Doesn't mean that it's not capable and won't do good things. You just got to be careful. And if it feels like it's becoming more of a hassle, put less paint on a dry palette, right? So I'll reload my paint 3 or 4 times over the course of painting a color if I'm doing a model of the size of the Hulk here, right? Because I'm more concerned with using all of my paint in most cases. So I'm not trying to, waste it. So I don't want to put a huge drop out. Sometimes it happens inadvertently, squeeze too hard on the bottle, whatever. But just put out a smaller drop of paint. Use that drop of paint while you can, while it lasts. And then once it's done, put out more paint. Don't feel bad about putting more paint on your palette. But my method is to typically start with less on the palette. Hard to get down in here. We'll see how this turns out. Not too shabby. All right, I think I'm good. I don't have anything that really ties together on the back. I want to show you before we quit what it looks like when I glaze the bright yellow green over the top of this, because the goal, remember, is to over accentuate the highlights so you get brighter than you want, and then glaze the color back over it to darken it up, but to pull it in line with all the rest of your stuff to prevent you from having to build up a lot of blended color in between these, right? Because I could have to spend, a tremendous amount of time building other colors in between what I've got and where I'm trying to go. So I'm going to show you some of the glazed wash medium real quick with the bright yellow green. We're not going to have to mix much. I'm probably going to mix more than I need. Actually, I'm going to steal from my palette what I need, because I put out too much on the palette. So I just need a little bit of drop. Ooh. And some glazed wash medium. Ta-da. That's maybe a drop of paint that I saved from the palette. And I'm going to put about that much on there. And then a little squirt of water. just to make it flow. I don't want to wash, so I'm not mixing too much in there. But just a little bit of water to get it to run a little bit better. Then we'll just blend all that up. Doesn't change the color at all, so it's still just bright yellow green. What it does, though, is it keeps it much more like paint instead of really watery. And now when I glaze it over the top of that highlight, look what happens. Just warms that highlight up enough to make it match in with that bright yellow green a little bit better, right? Gives it that yellowish back that I don't have a color, right? I don't have a color, and it's very difficult to make this color in a highlight that actually works. So pale yellow is very close, but it loses the green, right? And like I say, pale green, close, but it uses the yellow. Instead, we do this, and now when we take this color, a little bit of dampness on my brush, just dip it into the puddle of glaze there. Whoop. And then take most of it off of my brush again and see how thin that is. Thin opacity-wise, not thin paint-wise. Right? And then we're able to do this over the top of all of what we just did. And now I don't have to take so much specific time placing my paint. I just put it on the surface. So treat it more like a wash in that regard. I don't have to worry about it. Right? Whereas I spent most of my time making sure the paint was in the right place with the last color, that highlight color. Now I can just go back to making sure I cover the area I need to. I don't have to worry about blending it or any of that stuff. And I may still do multiple coats if it doesn't give me the opacity I want. Right, but notice immediately how it blends all that in. I lose a lot of the sketchiness, but I still keep the brightness. That's the key. It's like magic. Again, I want to make sure I cover almost the whole area. Maybe I don't go into the shadows as much, but I definitely want to cover all of the upper parts. Because it is still adding color to the model, so if I'm not careful, it could still, depending on the color. This color probably won't do much in the way of like coffee staining or anything, but I still want to make sure I get everything. So think of it like a wash that you don't want to have run all over the model is basically what we've just made. So less of a runny wash and a stay put wash kind of a way. I'm going to go over that one more time, but you can see how it's darkening up the highlight a bit, which is why we went so bright with the highlight, but making it blend right in with everything else underneath it better. You are not getting a grill. What are you talking about? Are you a fool? You're not that foolish. Tim, what is this midlife crisis thing? Most people I know, they get divorced by a car. By a motorcycle. He's like, I am. I'm also buying a car. He saw rose gold. Who even are you? Living your dreams. One set of gold fronts at a time. Maybe find an adultier adult. Okay, that may be the funniest thing I've heard in a long time right there, Ghost Hunter. Maybe find an adultier adult. Are you saying that perhaps the adult advice we give around here is not quite adulty enough? Is that what you're saying? I am flabbergasted. I'm going to bust out flabbergasted on this one, chat. I don't even know. What is he talking about? It doesn't get any more adulty than around here. We are the most reliable source of credible information and psychology, self-help. We got it all. We are invested in you, chat, with only the best of intentions. Oops, I don't have any highlights back here. So this is not doing me any good if I'm not putting it over the highlights. Because this is really, because it's so thin, it's really only going to pick up bright colors. So putting it back here might give me a little bit more yellow, but it's not really doing me any good. So we just want to get the top of this arm again. And we're pretty much done with the front. Anyway, that makes glazing about as easy as it'll ever get for you. And just that subtle shift back into the hue of bright yellow green does all the heavy lifting. And now, if you remember when I showed you earlier all of that texture, right, you can start seeing how we've been able to smooth a lot of it out just with the glazing and then the highlights. Really simple. Forgot. I always forget when I hit the super zoom. Your midlife crisis purchase will be a kiddie pool of noosh. Nick Pye, I like your style. I will always vote yes. Jen says maybe sleep on it. No, they don't, Tim. None of the girls you like grills. They're just telling you what you think you want to hear. Do you always recommend doing a glaze of your highlight color for blending gradients? It is fantastic. I don't always recommend it when you're trying to do stuff quick. Like, remember, I just started this model at the beginning of yesterday's stream. So after 4 hours, you know, what is this? 4 hours today, an hour and a half yesterday. So 5.5 hours, we got to this, which is a pretty spectacular Hulk skin, right? I'm not gonna lie. That's gonna garnish a lot of attention for you if you come into the game with a model painted like this. So it can speed up what would normally take you more time in mixing the colors you get from glazing over your highlight, because now I've gotten 3 colors out of just using what is technically a mix of 1, right? I mixed the pale yellow and the bright yellow green to do those sketchy highlights, and they were overly bright. But by glazing back over them, I've now turned that color into a different color. I've added and changed the color that was underneath it. So technically I've gotten 2 or 3 colors out of it, and I didn't have to spend time with applying the glaze. You saw I just went with the glaze very fast over the whole thing. It doesn't matter, because it doesn't have enough opacity to create brush strokes. So it changes color, it blends color, right? And it takes care of that in-between layer. It's almost like you're doing the layer that should have gone before the highlight, after the highlight, right? Now, if I wanted the highlight to be even brighter, I could come back with that mix and just kind of pinpoint it. And I probably will, like on his brow and the top of the elbows or whatever. But that's looking pretty good, right? That gives me a pretty good light source and looks pretty good. I think the photo that we're taking is from this direction. So it'll have a really strong shadow and some good highlights, right? And so the key there is it's not always the way you want to go, but it gives you a quick way to get to almost the same spot as if you spent more time, right? And I say almost because obviously if you mix more colors, do more blends with your brush on the way there, it takes you longer, but it will give you a more refined end game, right? So it just depends. Now, you could get really good at this, and this might meet your expectations and give you fantastic results forever, and that's fine. Yeah, there's no need to do anything different. You know, like you saw, it made all of those highlights super simple. It blended them back into the model. It gave me a really good result. And I still have all my directional lighting on here the way I want it, without it being overpowering. So. Super simple. And with our glazed wash medium, it just became that easy, right? A little squirt of water, about 10-to-1 glazed wash medium. I probably should have done a little less, because you saw I had to do 2 or 3 passes with the color on here, because I forgot that the bright yellow green is already very translucent. It's not a very opaque color. I added glazed wash medium to it as if it were one of our more opaque colors. So I could have probably done like 5-to-1, you know. So I did a little much. So it makes you have to do it a couple more times to get the color you want glazed on it. But it works. So it's easy. All right, Jen with the links. We are done now. Swear to God. I've kept you as long as I intend to for the evening. The red and the dark bits, Bitstorm really adds something. Yeah, that's the dark magenta, and it was intended to give that little spot of life, to make it look like he would bleed if you cut him. You know, even though Hulk's the strongest one there is. Right? I like having a little bit more life than just what dark green, mid-green, green does. So it brings the skin alive. It's really just a great way to do that. So now I've just got to do the back with that bright highlight that we did on the front. We didn't do the back with it yet, so I'll do a little bit of the back, probably off stream, and then glaze that. And then we've got to finish the pants and the ground and all that kind of stuff. So I'm going as fast as I can here, man. But thank you so much for joining us. If you're new around here, please smash that follow button. We stream 5 days a week, Monday through Friday from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. generally on Mountain Standard Time here in the U.S. You can follow all the links that Jen threw up there for the store, and the FLGS links will show you where you can buy all of our Monument Hobbies products, all the paints and brushes you see me use. You can either get them locally at your friendly local gaming store. Please do if you have one close to you that sells our products, or direct from us if you don't have a local store close by. And then you can join our Discord, community of over 3,000 amazing artists just like you, that are there for inspiration, teaching, helping out, just having fun and making friends. It's a great community. And then, of course, our YouTube channel. We port over all of these Twitch streams now to YouTube about 1 or 2 days after the fact. So if you feel like you've missed anything, or you see me at this stage of the Hulk and you want to see how we got here, watch yesterday's. That should be up there tonight. And you can always find content over there to help you with your paints, no matter what paint you use. So here's to paint more minis. We'd love to see you back here tomorrow. Stick around. I'm going to find somebody to raid. It'll take me a little bit longer because I got to go run over to the producer's desk and find the place to raid. But stick around, show some love in the chat we wind up in, and we'll look forward to seeing you back here tomorrow. Have a great evening, guys. I'm out.